Alright, let's go beat Veteran Julia. I'm moving Halifax to the front of the party because I've realized during my dinner break that the vast white dragon of truth kind of sweeps her whole team. Oops. Alright. Hey, proper nighttime now. How about that? The Royal Unova is definitely done for the day. Not that I think I can board it more than once in a day anyway. I wonder how that scoring system works, and whether anything in the game would tell me if I knew where to look. Deeper and deeper into Challenger's Cave. That's right, I haven't forgotten what it's actually called. Champion Cave just feels appropriate considering, you know. Considering this guy. Surprisingly big down here, huh? Keep feeling like I'm going the wrong way, but a bigger area than I even remember from like a couple hours ago. Hello, me again. I have to talk to her? Huh. John didn't show me that courtesy. Alright. Goodbye, I can't make up my mind. Is it Worm Madam or is it Worm Madame? Anyway, goodbye that. I can probably just Fusion Flare this too. It doesn't have very good special defense. Yeah. Beat Ninetales with Dragon Pulse, and then I know I can Fusion Flare Leavanny. Unless Ninetales does enough damage that Leavanny then outspeeds and KOs with Slash or something. I guess it's not impossible. The Dragon Pulse is not doing great damage, actually. Ninetales, I guess, considerably more specially bulky than Cloyster. I don't know how considerably, but that checks out at face value. There goes that. It does outspeed and go for Slash, but it doesn't KO. And that's more like it. Pointed a little bit differently from last time, huh? At least my Pokemon are leveling up. This is some good hardcore training for Alder, huh? Alder and friends. When I'm happy or sad, the Pokemon have always been with me. I hope I can stay with them as long as possible. Now, I know I already went over here. On the water, I mean. I might have explored the whole cave now, but I'm not quite 100% certain. Certainly haven't run into a legendary, but I don't think there is one to run into. Yeah, this leads back out. I think I've done the whole loop. You let me know if you know that I've missed something, because there was another ledge there. I think it's probably just one that I bypassed earlier. I don't know where else I would go if there is anywhere else to go. But with that... I guess that cave is just a cool post-game training spot, and I don't think it's really alluding to Cobalion and Keldeo. Although that has crossed my mind the rare time I've thought about that location, but I think in this case the legendary Pokemon is actually just a metaphor for training and not a real Pokemon. Let me know what you think. Maybe I'm sleeping on some lore. I think I'm gonna keep Charlottetown on the team. Bringing Dark type to the Elite Four in this game is just too good to pass up, and Charlottetown's been with us a long time. But let it be known, I certainly did think about you, Yellowknife the Claydol. Alright, we're going to the unknown now. I'm gonna need some HMs, but you know what? I can just backtrack to anywhere that needs HMs. I think it's better to bring the whole party. Oops. Give all of them a chance at some experience. I keep putting in too many inputs. There we go. Charlottetown's back in the party. And then, yeah, backtrack is needed. But it is finally time after however many hours it's been in this episode. Not very many if I do end up splitting it in two. I haven't made my mind up on that yet. It is time to venture into the unknown. A whole side of Unova, quite literally, we haven't seen before in this playthrough. Trainer who came to Opelousas City. Hello, trainer who is going to Route 11, please come back. Now, actually, almost always, including on my playthrough, go the other way. I start at Nimbasa City and go east from there. Why am I doing it in reverse this time? I don't know, I just feel like it. And so here we are. Also, the route numbers do support what I'm doing here. It's just not what I did in my first playthrough, and so not what became habit. This course is Route 11, then we'll go down to Route 10, and, you know, ultimately 16. So it kind of feels a little bit more like this is the intended path. I think some of the interactions along the way, especially with HM paths, will feel that way as well. I don't know why I did it the other way in the first place. But hey, this will be a little different even for me. Permets-moi de te provoquer en duel afin que je puisse graver notre rencontre. Dans ma mémoire. Okay. Dude wants to battle so that he can engrave our encounter in his memory. Something like that. If I had gone here immediately in the post-game, then the first non-Generation 5 Pokemon I would run into in this playthrough would be Krogunk. That'd be kind of fun. I'm not a huge Krogunk fan, but it's alright. It's a silly guy to run into at this pivotal moment in my exploration of the Unova region. Notre combat est jamais grave. Oh. Let's just go by too quickly. Passagers que nous avons admirés, les gens que nous avons rencontrés, les Pokémon avec qui nous avons croisé de fer, ils resteront à jamais gravés dans ma mémoire. Alright, dude's remembering stuff. Route 11 encounters Emolga. Alright, why not? Oh yeah, we got a few routes to go through here. Nuzlocke style catching is still on, even though I surely won't train any of these. Well, there's one that I'll think about, but it's a little ways off still. And hint, I already know what that encounter will be. I know the specific Pokemon. I think it's pretty obvious what it is. Not Landorus, unfortunately. Can't get Landorus without Thundurus, and I have no way to get that. Though, of course, we will go check out the Abundant Shrine. Of course. Can't skip that. Imagine going everywhere else in the region and skipping that for no reason. Alright, easy catch. The energy made in its cheeks' electric pouches is stored inside its membrane and released while it is gliding. And as we catch this on our way to new adventures, down an unfamiliar path at a familiar crossroads, Emolga, your name shall be Churro. I'm not going to use Repel in this grass. Okay, cool. I found a Hyper Potion. I could use some more healing items, huh? Okay, so I want Waterfall here. My Pokemon and I spend so much time together, we don't need words to understand one another. Do you think you can win against us? Back to English. For now. Whoa, a Rapidash. That's a cool Pokemon that looks good in Gen 5 style perma-moving sprite form. And also should be an easy matchup for Reshiram. So wins all around here. Oh. Well. Alright. I won't just throw off a Dragon Pulse next time, I suppose. Sure, get the bounce para, why not? Go extra sensory, anticipating another bounce. Yeah, I care less about missing this. And we go back to Dragon Pulse. Mantine, cool Pokemon. I'm definitely a fan. Let's try Dragon Ball set. Uh-huh. I think this has bounce too. It might. It definitely might. It does. Does Intimidate work on the bounce turn? Or like while it's in the air, I mean? No. Yes. I didn't play the animation, but it did work. Another bounce para, of course. Of course, another bounce para. Here I thought I could get away with a rock slide, but it has Hydro Pump too. Hey, now I get Toronto back in with a chance to Leech Seed it, which is what I was going for. These trainers are about equally strong compared to all the other post-game ones I've been running into, and they're certainly no less annoying so far. Confuse Ray on top, why not? Well, I'm glad I got that passive damage into it. Paralyzing with every bounce and spamming that, and also confusing on top. I'm gonna go for Coil. That ought to reduce that bounce damage nicely. I've seen Fire and Water. Good chance her last Pokemon is a Grass type. We'll see how it... Well, potentially we'll see how it holds up to some kind of boosted Leaf Blade. Alright, time to get paralyzed by bounce again. Do I break through confusion first and get to +2 defense? I do. There's the bounce, there's the para. Wow. You know, I was ready to be wrong on that one, but not so. Alright, well it should be slower now, so I'll go for another Coil on the next bounce. Oh, it's Hydro Pump. Alright. That's fine. The Leech Seed damage is slower because of the Aqua Ring, but it is still adding up. Decent recovery too. Mantine, I think, has a decent HP stat, yeah. I don't know why it's spamming Hydro Pump now. I guess bounce is just for the para. But I still don't trust it. I still think as soon as I go for Leaf Blade, it'll bounce. Okay. Maybe the boosted defense is why it's going for Hydro Pump. I guess that's plausible-ish. Well, you know what? I'm not sure I want to stay in on this anymore. Ah, she can miss her Hydro Pump. Who am I kidding? These are post-game trainers. They're not missing Hydro Pump. Their convictions are way too strong for that. The good news is the Leech Seed is still there. The bad news is, what do I use here? I've had enough of this Mantine. I'm hyper beaming. Yeah, of course. Hey, I get Leech Seed recovery though before the attack goes off, and I get another shot at the hyper beam. Full para? I'm calling a full para. At least I get to feel smart or something, yeah? Confuse Ray for good measure. Parafusion, classic. You can only keep the White Dragon of Truth down for so long. I think that's Leech Seed KO range. Even after the Aqua Ring. Yep. Big Hyper Beam. Mantine is finally out of here. I'm still gonna say I like that Pokemon, but with a little bit more hesitation now. Mantine is cool. I can't be too mad at it. But it's certainly trying to get me there. Had to recharge. I got knocked out by a Sucker Punch before I could go for the Fusion Flare, but I mean, I think the rest of my team pretty well beats this. I'm gonna get double super effective X's, or maybe they'll even give me a Justified boost. No Justified? Oh well. Didn't need it. That was a lot more manageable than the Mantine. Or even the Rapidash. I don't know why she didn't have a third Pokemon with Bounce. When you use this berry, please remember us. Okay. I think you'd prefer that I not. I enjoy working as a ranger, but I love to spend time with my Pokemon. Whatever happens, I won't leave my Pokemon. That's cool. I'm gonna go heal already. 2 battles in. 3 if you count the Emolga. It's now sitting in the PC with my new Darmanitan and Claydol that I've chosen to leave in there. Just a perfectly timed Claydol encounter, huh? Actually, it made me feel something that routine playthroughs of old Pokemon games typically don't. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, yeah, I'll come back with a waterfall user. What's in here? A ranger? Yahoo! There's an awful lot of nothing around here, isn't there? I guess a ranger would like that. Oh, I vaguely remember this trainer. Not what she says, though. Tu n'imagineras jamais le nombre de pays que j'ai visité et le nombre de dresseurs que j'ai combattu. Alright, so I couldn't imagine the number of countries. Maybe they use pays for region in France, I don't know. Number of regions she's visited. I'm guessing dresseur is trainer. I don't actually know what the French term for Pokemon trainer is, but she talked about the number of something she battled. I'm guessing that's what dresseur means. Her only Pokemon is a Snover, so I can't imagine she's doing very well against very many of those dresseurs. That was a quick one. She used Bounce. Wah! Quand j'aurai beaucoup voyagé, je rentrerai à la maison et je pourrai raconter tout, plein de choses à ma famille. When she's traveled really a lot, you can go back home and tell her family about it, basically. Village Bridge ahead. Oh, Village Bridge is a wonderful little spot. Pokemon love village sandwiches, too. A berry topping is crucial to the taste. Guess the salesman for sure. As its name suggests, Village Bridge is a village like a bridge. No, it's a bridge like a village. No, it's a bridge like a bridge. No, it's a village like a village. Oh, I'm so confused. Village sandwiches, huh? Nearby. Wait, did it say a mysterious Pokemon in the nearby forest? All the roads and buildings in Lacunosa Town are made of stone. Oh, we're getting info on the town. A mysterious Pokemon in the nearby forest, huh? Well, that'll get my attention. Let's see if we can loop back around here. We're doing the weather. I'll give it a little bit of time to cook. The whole city can be seen from the huge bridge. What city? People have spotted a mysterious Pokemon in the nearby forest. Are we talking about? I don't actually know how to say its name. Lacunosa Town? I've heard of a mysterious Pokemon around there. I've heard tell. Aikman. How about this? This sound. Doesn't it get to your heart, your mind? During the day I sunbathe, during the night I moonbathe, nature sinks into my body. This guy is living exactly the life he wants to live, huh? I think you can find Lapras in the water here. Whatever. Village Bridge, Wild Encounter, let's go. Never mind, Trainer Battle. What I learned after reading many books is that there are still a lot of mysteries in the world. It's true. Uh-oh, 6 Pokemon. Getting, Sean flashbacks. Sean was not using a Zubat, though. In fact, he did have a Crobat, didn't he? I think at level 60 I consider swapping a different Pokemon to the front with the Lucky Egg. I think that's fair. But, you know, I like spamming my box cover restricted, at least for a little while here. Slugma. Alright, this is no Sean battle. This might have Sturdy. But hey, my best attack into it... Oh, well, I guess my best is Dragon Pulse, but I'll just go for Extra Sensory, try to flinch around a possible Sturdy. Sandstorm will boost his special defense, but I should have enough damage when I switch back to Dragon Pulse, right? Maybe, you know what? Maybe this will be... Maybe, I was gonna say maybe this path will be a breeze after Challenger's Cave, but actually that Mantine already debunked that, so never mind. Duo? Okay. Look at how it sways in this sprite. Honestly, the two heads look a little off balance. Interesting. And there it goes. Pugina. Cute. And her last Pokemon is Electrike. Also pretty cute. I praised Manectric sprite earlier. Electrix is also solid. They did a good job generally with black and white sprites. Some of the Gen 4 ones are a little rough, but Gen 5, they largely nailed it. And then after that, we're not dealing in sprites anymore, of course. Book I'm reading now is written by Professor Juniper. It says the origin of Pokemon is still a mystery. Cool. Village Bridge encounter. Golduck. Alright, somehow that feels fitting for the first non-Gen 5 encounter of the playthrough. Like, Golduck is just a Pokemon that pops up a lot in a bunch of different regions, you know? Like, I think for a while, Psyduck and Golduck were right there with the likes of Pikachu and Zubat as Pokemon that had appeared in every regional Pokedex, I guess through the first 4 generations. I think they did. And here it is readily available in Unova after you get past the Gen 5 only Dex thing. Psyduck, of course, is an early game encounter in Scarlet and Violet. I'm glossing over some stuff in between, but yeah. You see them in Legends Arceus too, right? I think so. Am I making that up? I don't know, Golduck is just a Pokemon that's kind of always popping up, so it's kind of fitting that it would be the first non-Gen 5 encounter of this playthrough, is what I'm saying. Another easy catch, too. It is seen swimming dynamically and elegantly using its well-developed limbs and flippers. Dynamically and elegantly, that's cool. Not bad. Your name shall be... I'm not really putting a lot of thought into some of these. Some of them I am. Or some of them have, like, symbolic meanings. Others I'm just riffing. This one's name is Digby. Now, obviously I will be surfing here, but I think I should cross the bridge first. Leftovers. Gotta think about what Pokemon to give that to. Oh, well, there's a right answer, isn't there? Singing gives life to my spirit. Will you listen to the voice of my spirit? Certainly. Toronto is definitely the Pokemon that should have the leftovers. Yeah, the music, background music's changing, you notice, as I interact with the music people. You hear that guy singing? I know the game volume a little low, but... I hear it. Yeah. Surf over there after I cross the bridge. Toronto can get recovery now from leftovers and leech seed, and that actually ought to make the difference to setting up on some things. Sometimes the damage is just a little much. I'm gonna do once across the bridge, and then I'll go check out houses and stuff. Love the perspective shift there. Still more to see before we move on. Such a pleasant area. Really solid post-game area to explore, right? Adds a little bit of flavor to the region while tying very nicely into its existing design. And there's no crazy Team Plasma plot or anything here. It doesn't really feel appropriate that there would be. It's such a cozy, peaceful place. Just a nice area to explore when you largely have done your exploring already. Wahaha! Isn't this a beautiful bridge? That's another way to put it, I suppose. Wahaha! This old bridge was built when my great-great-great-grandfather was around. Isn't this a unique sort of bridge? A long time ago, the river overflowed and all the houses were washed away. So people built new houses on top of the bridge to keep them safe from flooding. It's a simple solution, but it's genius. That's cool. My grandpa's a stonecutter for a village bridge. That's some cool lore. People putting their heads together, pooling the resources, figuring out a solution. Creating a very pleasant little area. You can still hear that guy singing. This is a very old bridge, but thanks to the elderly man next door who takes care of it, the bridge always looks its best. I'm totally hooked on village sandwiches. Okay, honestly, the village sandwiches are a little bit ruining the mood for me. We moved closer to the shop so I could eat there every day. Maybe I'm being a little cynical. But, I don't know, that first guy, like, you know. I love village it was like a YouTuber doing an ad read. I love village sandwiches, and they are so tasty and affordable. Anyway. Village Bridge is the oldest bridge in Unova. It says so right here in my book. I heard it was built 200 years ago. The oldest bridge in Unova. Wawak. Pokemon with the ability Contrary. Not going to be getting any of those, I don't think. Not that we need it. We're doing fine without. I just felt like watching TV. I'm not going to do it again here. Soda pop tea is even better when I drink it on the bridge, so I often share one with Crocorock. Aww. People and Pokemon living together in harmony without explicitly commenting on how it fits into the themes of the game. That's kind of nice, too. The uneven hills of Route 12 are great for Pokeathlon training. The Pokeathlon is a very popular competition in Johto, where I come from. You notice also, like, we saw two NPCs speaking French. You notice also, the Royal Unova was big for this, probably because it's a tourist spot. We got a lot of like, I came from Sinnoh, I came from Johto, this person also came from Johto. It's, I guess, another way of expressing the theme of diversity, that people come here from different regions, but it feels like that's ramping up a little bit in the post-game. I do remember the Pokeathlon, it was kind of fun. Except that capture the flag one. I did not like that, never really got the hang of it. Had a significant stretch, I think, where I'd set in-game records in every event except that flag one. That one just never clicked for me, but otherwise the Pokeathlon was kind of fun. Russo. La 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 la. Probably not quite what he said. I will cross all the bridges in Unova. Hey, I'm on my second last one, out of the big ones at least. The oldest built. The fourth one I'm visiting. Oh, a trainer. Let me introduce myself. I am a member of the Hip Waders. As its name suggests, it's a fishing club. Why don't you join up and enjoy some fishing? Alright. Awesome, now you were the second member of the Hip Waders. This guy's club was just him. Here you go, I'll announce the official Hip Waders catch of the day. The Pokemon we're fishing for today is Poliwhirl. If you catch one, please show it to me. I don't think I'll be doing that, but, you know, glad to boost that guy's spirits a little bit. I made fun of him for being the only hip waiter, but everyone starts somewhere. Everything starts somewhere. When I was in university, the guy in the next room, one of the guys in the next room, started an a cappella group, and it was still going strong years later. After I graduated, it would pop up in my social media sometimes. I think it's still going. And I remember when it was like 2 dudes from my floor. No reason the hip waiters can't have a good run. I will look for a new start. Patrat and I can do it together. Thank you, Village Bridge, for making us who we are. And farewell. That's a good reason to go in this order, because we will this way encounter her again. I didn't do that intentionally, but I do recall that if you talk to her here, she'll show up further down the line. We'll see her again. Not something I planned, but yeah, an actual plus to going in this order beyond just doing the route numbers in the order they're numbered. Here's a nice long rest person. I knew there was a heal somewhere here, but honestly I kind of forgot that that was what I would find in this house, but a heal is nice. Go down here now. A berry dish for people in Pokemon. The chef can show off her skill with it. Look at all these people in Pokemon, again, living in harmony without, so far, explicitly remarking on it. My Pokemon has a big appetite, just like me. I'm happy to be able to eat with my Pokemon. They're just pals, you know? Eat here with your Pokemon. It's really good sandwich soup. Sandwich shop. Oh, village sandwiches. Alright, let's find out. Can I send out my Reshiram right next to me and have a village sandwich, please? Reshiram? Want to pop out of your ball, buddy? Reshiram? Hmm? You got the feeling Village Bridge was totally untouched by all the Team Plasma stuff too, right? Even though they were giving big speeches at the city just over that way. Welcome. Thank you for making a reservation for a battle. I don't think I did, but okay. I'm not complaining. I'll battle you. I know you don't have a Fido, that's not in this generation. Sure would be appropriate, though. Or Darkspawn, I suppose. Although, if you're going to send out a level 64 male Combi, then maybe Fido is the better fit. This is so much more reasonable than Challenger's Cave. I might have been meant to go there. Even though I found that I could go there before. Ursaring, of course, is a fitting Pokemon for a baker. There's going to be a gym leader playing into that in a little over a decade. Maybe I should have saved Challenger's Cave for after becoming champion. I was so preoccupied with whether I could that maybe I didn't think enough about whether I should. Rest is fine. We just hit it twice while it's asleep. Although I think you know what I'm going to do after this Dragon Pulse, right? You understand what we do here, around here. You understand how Black the Hero of Truth operates. Never mind a crit. No Hyper Beam this time. No opportunity to miss one. Which I guess is just as well. You are great. I want to hire you. What do you think? Will you work here as a waiter? Yes. That's great. I'm so glad. That said, do you already know what you're doing? What you'll be doing? No. This shop is a special sandwich shop. You'll take orders from customers, then I'll make sandwiches to fill their orders. We'll serve the sandwiches to the customers who ordered them. Please be careful and don't serve them to the wrong customers. Thank you. I hope you'll do a great job. Okay, I wanted to be a customer, but this is fine, I guess. Chesto Berry sandwich for Pikachu. Pecha Berry for Patrat. Chesto, Pikachu, Pecha, Patrat. Okay, Chesto from Minchino. So this whole column, if so to speak, is Chesto. Okay. Chesto, Pecha, Persum. Who's number one? I assume the Pikachu guy. So he wants Chesto. Number 2 wants Pecha. Number 3 wants Chesto. And number 4 wants Persum. Assuming I got the numbering right. That's the order in which I spoke to them, at least. I don't have any other clue. It's reading order in English, right? Left to right, up to down. It's not reading order in Japanese. Oh, okay. I think we're fine. This guy gets the sandwich he wanted. Yeah, we're fine. Either the numbering is determined by the order in which I speak to them, or I just guessed it right. But that was a little stressful for a second. The heck? Anyway, everybody got what they wanted. Let me give you a review. Your work was perfect. Customers seem to be satisfied too. This is a thank you gift. You've worked really hard. Lumberry. Lumberry? Not a Lumberry sandwich? I just don't get a village sandwich, huh? Everybody's talking about village sandwiches to the point where it feels like sponsored product placement. And I don't get to have one. Unbelievable. My favorite thing to do nowadays is walking under the bridge. Valid. This scientist researching Village Bridge says that taking a break is important and throws an Amoongus at me. She wants to have a nap, I suppose. Or wants to make me have one. Really what I'm feeling, though. So let's go ahead and... Oh, X Special Defense. That might help it take a hit, but... then it just has to take another one right after that, because you turn down the chance for a Spore. I guess you don't get a chance anyway if you don't take the first hit. Ekans. Reared up, ready to fight. But not for long. She's had 2 poison types so far. Is it mono poison? Would be fitting for scientists, I suppose. Here's a Grimer. Getting some more classic Gen 1 Pokemon on the board here. And Seviper. Not classic Gen 1, but certainly a past Gen Poison type. Viper looks a little bit weird bunched up like that in this sprite, but it still works for me. I like it. And I guess a lot of Seviper's art has always looked like that. You and your Pokemon are supporting each other, something something. In the Village Bridge, a lot of bricks support each other and keep the bridge from collapsing. That's how the bridge has kept its shape for over 100 years. Okay, is it getting annoying that I harp on the themes all the time in this playthrough? I mean, it's kind of what we're here for, to an extent. Is that... Ooh, a Bibarel. And a Mandibuzz, so I could just catch one instead of worrying about evolving a Vullaby, but I'm not worried about it anyway. It's not the only thing we're here for, but it's a thing we're here for. All the bricks together. Durless is fleet. Yep, you hear that modifying the music a little bit? I hear it. Don't know how quiet it is for you, fortunately. Honestly, if I get a comment that says the music is too quiet, maybe I'll fire this save file back up after this episode goes out just to come back here. We'll see. Though I'm sure you can look it up yourself without me doing that. Anyway, themes of the game. All these different bricks coming together and supporting each other in a beautiful shape that is beneficial to everyone's lives. You get the point. I'm gonna stop harping for a second. Just enjoy the music. Just for a moment. It's Unova Revisited. We stop and smell the flowers in this series. And I think we can move on. You notice the surfing music didn't even play there? Village Bridge music kept going even on my Swan is back. Lovely spot. Still more to see, of course. Onward. Difficult to decide which Pokemon is the best for my grandchild to meet first. My grandpa's gonna catch a Pokemon for me. It'll become a friend of my Pokemon, and someday we'll travel in Unova together. Wonderful. I'm sorry, I forgot my uniform. Here's the uneven hill zone. It's raining, so those fusion flares will not be hitting quite as hard. I think I need cut to fully explore this. We're coming up on a town after this route, so I can backtrack. This is multi-battle. It's okay to have a battle during a picnic, right? We will rattle you and your Pokemon with our perfect combination. I have not given any thought to what Pokemon is second in my party. I know it's Swanna, but there's no intent there. That's just what happens to be there. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll just Dragon Pulse these, because Fusion Flare is going to be weakened and more PP anyway. I guess I don't want to Surf when I have my own Reshiram on the field, so as much as the rain-boosted Surf would be nice here, I guess we just Air Slash. Honestly, I'm down to Fly. Steinbeck is at a way lower level than anything else here. Anything that keeps it from taking damage for a bit is nice in my book. Never mind, we just get one shot by an Air Slash crit. Okay. Happens. We'll go Charlottetown next because that doesn't have an experience share and isn't a grass type. The swoop out are faster than anything else, so it's not like I could KO the weakened one before it moves. I think I'm better off just Dragon Pulsing the other one and going for Rock Slide. If I get the Rock Slide off, big damage. Air Slash into Halifax. Air Slash into Charlottetown. Does it crit? Does it flinch? It does flinch. Oh, Halifax flinched. Well, still get a Rock Slide KO. And now keep up the... Nah, it's Hyper Beam time. And Crunch, in case I missed the Hyper Beam. Big Air Slash. Okay, we're not missing this Hyper Beam. Let's go. Obviously, it would be like me to backtrack and heal, but I can just press on. Get past this one more trainer. Maybe another one after her, I don't remember. I was checking the landscape around just now, but I'm also interested in you. Okay, weird. And then I can fully explore this route after I heal and get a couple HM users. Right, just backtrack a little bit. I think I'm fine to Fusion Flare this in Rain. What do you think? Do you think it'll KO? Cool, what's our other Pokemon? The only form that's not double weak to fire. Well, let's try this anyway. Also, is this the, I remember one of the games, there's a... Maybe it's in a Sinnoh... no, I think it is here on this route. There's an NPC with a Sandy Cloak Wormadam that knows Leaf Storm, because they just made a mistake with this move pool there. Is it this one? We don't get to find out here. But I do remember that being a thing. I remember being surprised by it a couple times. What an interesting trainer. So are you if your Wormadam has an illegal moveset. The unevenness of this landscape, we can tell that the flow of a river created the undulation. Okay, cool. Battle while in double battle, we have to know our partner Pokemon's moves. I forgot to talk to these two after beating them. Oh, I haven't gotten an encounter here either. I think the Pokemon, the Pokeballs totally understand how you feel. Nice river. Closest I can get to it right now. Yeah, don't have to battle that guy yet. I will get my encounter for, I think this is Route 12. That's a pretty good one. And considering the rain, I think I'm even willing to do this. Recoil. Oh, leftovers. Huh. That's right, I did do that, didn't I? I know Leech Seed. And of course, Ultra Balls. How's my supply of Ultra Balls, by the way? I have 35. Just thinking about it, you know, in case I happen to want to use a bunch of those anytime soon. I don't think I can throw a ball at that while it's in the air, so I guess I'll just use Coil this turn. Take the hit somewhat better. That's a little bit awkward when it's taking Leech Seed damage. Para? Yeah, obviously. 100% para rate. Did you know that about Bounce? I'd forgotten. Oh, not quite caught yet, huh? And bouncing again. Uh-oh. Alright, last chance, I think. Let's see. One shake. No Rapidash for me. But I already have more cool fire types than I know what to do with, so... You know what? I don't even need it anyway. Now, I'm not intentionally coming here at night, but once again, kind of a nice thing that I stumbled into without really planning it. This is, of course, the town where everyone goes inside at night, for some reason. Well, now that I've set that up, let's explore the town first and then backtrack with HMs. I'll get my HM users, though. I want Cut. And I want Waterfall. Actually, this can learn Cut too, can't it? Then I only need one HM user for now. Remember Ottawa the Panpour? It's been so long. Was a proper member of the team at one point, but level 17 kind of suggests that was a while ago. Now forgetting Rock Tomb for Cut. Because I theoretically could use Dig to get out of a cave, and theoretically could use Thief to steal an item from a wild Pokemon, although realistically I'm not ever doing either of those, but Rock Tomb has none of any of that utility, so... Alright, that's the move I deleted. Every gym badge tells the story of a hard-won victory against a worthy opponent. I can look at a gym badge and tell you that story. Can I see one of your gym badges? Alright, we'll do this now. I got the trio badge. Oh, it's been long enough. I mean... I got the trio badge months ago in recording time. Let's do this. Let's hear these stories. Let's see the evolution of my team. I got the trio badge with Snivy and Panpour. That's different. I got the basic badge with Servine, Panpour, Roggenrola, Purloin, Patrat, and Blitzel. A full party. Wild that I failed the Nuzlocke on the very next gym leader. But here we go. No more Nuzlocke. Got the insect badge with Boldor, Servine, Panpour, Blitzel, Sandile, and Purloin. Two of those Pokemon are still on the team. I got the Bolt badge with Blitzel, Servine, Panpour, Trubbish, Krokorok, and Arcan. That's right, there was that one rotating spot for a while, right? You can see the skeleton has Servine, Krokorok, a water type, a flying type. There was that rotating spot that was like Trubbish, then Vanillite, then I don't remember what. I got the Quake badge with Servine, Krokorok, Ducklet, Vanillite, Zebstrika, and Arcan. Half of the final team assembled. I got the Jet badge with Zebstrika, Krokorok, Ducklet, Litwick, Arkan, and Servine. I got the Freeze badge with Cobalion, Swanna, Superior, Crocodile, Archeops, and Chandelure. Bit of a jump there, a legendary capture, and a whole bunch of evolutions between badges there. And finally, I got the Legend badge with Cobalion, Swanna, Superior, Crocodile, Archeops, and Chandelure. We've come a long way from Snivy and Panpour, huh? Not bad. You know about Gracidia flowers? Since early times in Sinnoh, people made a bouquet of Gracidia flowers to give someone to show their feelings of appreciation. I assume if I bring a shaman into this game, this is the person I talk to get a Gracidia. But also, Sinnoh mentioned. So many people from different regions coming together in mostly the specifically eastern part of Unova. I don't have anything to do ever since I took a post here. Since nobody goes outside at night, it's very peaceful. Hey, what's that about? Anyone want to tell me why nobody goes outside at night in this town? Should I not be outside right now? Ooh, scary. This is, I don't know how to say it, Lacunosa town. Here everyone lives according to the rules from the moment they awaken to the time they go to sleep. Bunch of rule followers. I respect it, I'm a big rule follower myself. At night, a scary monster comes out of the big hole, so you have to go home and be good. I like that childish take on it. Sounds like a silly story that people tell their kids so they'll behave, doesn't it? That's probably all it is. My Pokemon is always running off to go play on its own, but it always comes back before dark, so I guess it's okay. And yet, even the adults here sure do seem very serious about it. In this town that noticeably looks a bit more fortified than most. I was gonna say walled. It doesn't really have walls, but you can see it has a certain shape, you know, clumped together with cover from the thick forest or tall structures. Along the road ahead, there's a coastline that fishing fans love. Whirr, plunk. That's the sound my fishing rod makes. I like to hear it every day. That's probably exactly the sound he made, right? Whirr, plunk. Probably did a perfect impression there. My grandma loves old stories, so I'm always having to listen to her really long stories. Sometimes if it's night, she'll fall asleep right in the middle of the story. It's okay though, she's not only healthy, she's a free-spirited grandma too. I am down for a long story. Please don't fall asleep. What? What do you want now? Do you pick now to listen to my stories? Yes. Okay, I'll tell you. Behind our town, there's a big hole in the ground. That hole, way in the past. Ah, I'm so tired. That hole, there was a big crash down. Inside was big, scary, really scary. Guess I'll have to come back in the day, huh? Yeah, see? It has the feel of a town wall, even that's not necessarily what I would call it. It's a little like semi-walled. There are a lot of people in the world, and there are just as many different characteristics and ideas. I think I'd be really happy if I could meet a lot of people and see the differences for myself. Big hole, huh? Somewhere that way? You can actually vaguely see the entrance to the cave here, but not so much the big hole. That's too far. This building has a pool on its roof? I was just in here. There's no way up there. That's the old lady's house, though. She's somebody important, I guess. Here we got a bench. Look out into the forest from the safety of up here. How do I get that item? Oh, it's probably just on the route, right? Yeah, it definitely is. Is that all the buildings? Like a tornadous grade storm going on here. Are you raising these Pokemon all alone, or do you rely on the Pokemon daycare? Why you gonna you looking to plug that, Eustace? All right, well I should be able to extrasensory this. Maybe it'll fake out first though. Good. Riolu. Can extrasensory that too. And Tyrogue. That's got like all the weakest fighting types. Actually, Makuhita is a little bit of an outlier. Can Riolu learn Fake Out? Certainly the other two can. He's got Fake Out spamming uninvolved fighting types. That's a theme, I guess. Anyway. I was only thinking about eggs. Oh, two of those were baby Pokemon too, but once again Makuhita is the outlier. I guess it's not even once again. They're especially weak and they're baby Pokemon, go figure. But Makuhita isn't a baby Pokemon. Share this with your Pokemon. He said something like that. Pokemon take care on Route 3. If you leave 2 Pokemon there, you may find an egg. Here's that item that I spotted from up there on the wall. I think I'm down to call it a wall. The whole town is not completely surrounded by walls, but it's definitely more fortified than your average town. Here's our uneven ground. Here are a couple more trainers. Here's an Energy Ball TM. Chandelure could learn that, but I'm not carrying a Chandelure around anymore. Also, I realized I forgot to reteach Will-O-Wisp, but I remembered that at some point after I'd already put it back in the PC. Maybe I'll fix that sometime, maybe I won't. Let's see if anybody in this team wants to learn Energy Ball. Really, I'm thinking about Reshiram, but Reshiram can't learn Energy Ball. Superior can, but I don't want it. I have the 4 moves I want. My Pokemon are running around in this beautiful grassland. Please take a look. There is something kind of nice. It's like pretty simple, right? There's not a lot to it, but the uneven ground does genuinely give this route a little bit more character. Speaking of little characters, here's a Shuppet sticking its tongue out at me. Cute. Nice sprite. There's something really... It was really cool way back in the day to finally get to these post-game areas and see old gen Pokemon in the style of this gen after we played a whole game of only this gen. I mean, I guess it's even kind of standing out to me freshly here in this playthrough, as I keep remarking on them. Look at how cute that Phanpy is. I'm going to extra sensory to try to flinch it because it might have sturdy. Yeah. I mean, I spent like easily a couple hours, like 2 or 3 hours exploring the post game before I even went to the eastern area. But the eastern area alone is a pretty solid post game. I'm kind of blown away. I mean, we get DLC now. It's good too. I'm not saying current post games are bad. They're a little bit lackluster in the base game, but the DLC patches them up nicely. But this, man, this is a classic Pokemon post game. This is probably about the peak of the old approach. Look at that Snorunt. I didn't remark on the Skitty, so I hope you looked at that Skitty too. And there's Cacnea. That's a silly guy. Okay. We move on. They're pouncing around a few minutes ago. What is she talking about? Our Pokemon were bouncing around? I don't know. They've been tired. Oh, they were running around in the grassland. That's right. They've been tired because they were running around. Aw, so cute. The Pokemon were pretty round, weren't they? Shuppet, Phanpy, Cacnea, Skitty, Snorunt. Some of them are rounder than others, but I guess they're all small, cute little creatures. Is really the common thread. I was checking for Pokemon around here just now, but I am also interested in you. I could swear somebody else just said that on another route. Maybe it was actually this route. Maybe 2 different people on this route said it. Right? Am I nuts? I don't think this is the first person. I think the other school kid on this route also said the same thing. A little bit creepy, folks. Somebody teach these kids how to talk to people. Anyway, look at that adorable Weedle. Squirming around. I swear I'm like re-experiencing the pleasure of seeing old Gen Pokemon and Gen 5 sprites. And that Beedrill looks like it means business. Using extra sensory because Fusion Flare is nerfed by the rain anyway. I didn't KO though. Oops. What was that? Endeavor? Uh-oh. level 60. 55 on Red Deer. Quick Guard. Not in this. Not in a playthrough. Last Pokemon is Kakuna. I think we saw that one coming. Kakuna looks pretty good. I've always liked Kakuna's design. Of the simple Cocoon Pokemon, I think it is the one that is the most interesting to me. Just in sort of how it's shaped and the shape of its shell. I'm not kidding. I actually like Kakuna's design quite a bit for what it is. Halifax is way ahead of everybody else in level. I would move Charlottetown to the front, but Charlottetown isn't here. Steinbach it is. Oops. Not that item. Oh, I didn't actually take the lucky egg. That's why I couldn't find it. You know what? No, I'm gonna leave Halifax in front for now. Maybe I'll change my mind later. I just don't want to deal with all these NPCs KOing my Swan all the time, you know? Well, anyway. I think that's everything over here. I didn't actually end up needing cut, did I? I don't know why I thought I remembered that. There are definitely some cut areas on the other side of town, though. But still have to go back to the waterfall zone. Do that, and get a heal in Village Bridge, too. So I'm not carrying a low HP Reshiram around. There we go. Good old Village Bridge. Without the full musical experience because I left. Came back, but still a lovely little spot. I don't need any wild encounters out here. We're just getting items, battling another trainer or two. Also, that Snorunt trainer is definitely not who I thought she was. When I said, I remember this trainer, I was thinking about someone with an Altaria. Maybe that's in a different game, I don't know. Or a different route in this post-game, who's to say? There we go, there was a hidden item there. Pretty good one at that. An interesting waterfall sound effect. It didn't sound like that at all. I don't know why I made that noise. Feels like there should be a hidden item along here somewhere. I don't know whether there is. Oh, well, there's one. Is that the only one? Guess so. Sorry folks, that's just not a sound I could do. Power of thundering waterfalls. Experience the great power of a battle with me. I'm gonna guess that's not that powerful, but okay. You never know, there's that Mantine trainer around here. This guy's got a Dugong, that's you know, that's not especially weak. Dugong could be a problem. Like, Dragon Pulse is just short of a 2-hit KO, but I think Dugong can get thick fat. So even if the game doesn't tell me so, Fusion Flare could functionally be resisted. Did get the 2-hit KO after all, though. Guess it was a roll. Or, you know, it was just hard to eyeball. Either one. Here's a Pinsir. That's kind of an odd-looking guy in this sprite style. Gonna get a real glow-up with Mega Evolution next generation, though, don't worry. I'm a big Mega Pinsir fan. I don't know why, just giving it wings made it so much more interesting to me. Mega Pinsir is genuinely one of my favorite Megas. Pelipper. I was expecting it to start raining, but it definitely doesn't have drizzle yet in this generation. I think that was a Gen 7 change. Does already have Tailwind, though. But at least this Hydro Pump is not rain boosted. I don't know why I didn't Hyper Beam there. I must be getting tired. I admit your strength and give you this gift. Thanks, bro. Maybe I should train my body and mind by standing under a waterfall. Maybe you should. There are some around. A Protector. You want to evolve a Rhydon in Pokemon Black in 2025. There you go. I will not be doing that in this playthrough. Fun waterfall noises. Won't be trying that one. Get a quick heal at Village Bridge. Never get tired of running across really any of these bridges, but this is definitely... Sky Arrow is my favorite. This is probably my second favorite. And if this is your favorite, I do not blame you one bit. I think maybe to some extent I was just impressed by Sky Arrow as it's the first one you cross in the game. Anyway, I'm gonna pause the recording here. I'm trying to stop in place. There we go. And enjoy hanging out on Village Bridge. Not really, I'm not just gonna leave the game open. But the reason I'm stopping the recording here, interrupting the episode, so to speak, is we gotta go back to that neighboring town that I don't know how to say the name of during the day. So we can hear that old lady's story and know just what it is that we're getting into when we press on further. There was a mysterious cave out in the forest, but who knows what's there, so... Gotta talk to that old lady when she's awake and hear her story. And then we can proceed. Armed with knowledge. And now it's daytime. A pleasant night hanging out on the bridge. And now we go listen to a story. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? Music here is a little underwhelming when you haven't gone and talked to all the musicians, but obviously it's worth it. It rewards exploration. Also, I was thinking about how Village Bridge is such a relatively, for this game, understated look into how people in Pokemon live together. And how, you know, there's a metaphor for the themes of the story with the stuff about the different bricks coming together to support the bridge. It's a beautiful space where people can live. I'm not saying any of it is subtle, but it's more subtle than most of what we've been running into going around talking to NPCs in this region. And I said that it's a nice little post-game area that's sort of untouched by the Team Plasma stuff and living on its life unbothered, kind of showing you how the world is after you've defended its current order against N. But it is maybe a little unfortunate that there isn't something like that before the post-game, when the NPCs were being really in our nose. In our nose? That's... where did that come from? NPCs are being really explicit, really in our face about the human-Pokemon dynamic that we're meant to stand up for and want to defend. I like the Village Bridge approach to showing it off. It works nicely in the post-game. I think it would also work nicely earlier. In Black and White 2, of course, is not a post-game area. It does come up somewhat earlier. Black and White 2 have a whole different dynamic going on, with Team Plasma being, you know, more transparent about what Getsus wants to do. So, I don't know how things shake out then. Probably not something I was paying attention to back in the day. Anyway, people live methodically with clockwork from morning to light. If you live your life morning to night. Right in our nose. If you live your life soaking up sunlight, you can sleep very well at night. This character might have said exactly that to me before, I don't remember. A Night a Scary Monster. Yes, these are the same characters saying the same stuff. But of course, Whirlplunk. I remember the Whirlplunk guy from yesterday, or last night. But yeah, of course, they're in different locations because they get to go outdoors during the day. I was looking at a map of Unova, you know, the art. I just opened up the Bulbapedia page for the Unova region and I looked at the region art there. So of course that's black and white too, Unova. There's a little bit more to it, but this town does just look walled in that artwork. Like the wall is on all sides that we can see. So a little bit of artistic liberty there, maybe. I don't know if they just didn't want to deal with a wall that we have to pass under with like gates or something to get into town. Or if they just kept it simple as a tiny speck on the map. Probably the latter, I guess. But some amount of walling, I guess, was the intention. I'll stand here where I can see the entrance to a cave down there in the forest. Let's talk to the old lady. Well, hello there, young traveler. Would you like to hear an old story of the town? Bear with me, because I'm an old lady who likes telling tales in an old-fashioned way. Oh, heck yes, let's go. There's a great big hole at the back of this town. A long time ago, a huge meteor fell from the sky and made the big hole. A very scary monster was hiding inside the meteor. People say the monster appeared in the village at night, bringing a cold wind, and it stole away people and Pokemon. So the villagers built big walls to keep the monster out, there it is, and made it a rule that no one could go out after dark. Of course, nowadays nobody believes in such things, but you know, even now the people of this town stay inside after dark. Isn't that strange? I guess old stories and old traditions have some influence over our current life. Did you say something about cold wind in there? Yeah. Monster brings a cold wind, so wonder what that could be. A scary monster out in the meteor impact site that appears at night and steals people away with a cold wind. What a story, am I right? I do have some thoughts about that, but we'll save them until a little... Well, I don't have very many thoughts, more just question marks, really. But we'll save them until a little bit later. Let's check out route... I missed the number, 13. We'll come back with cut and strength, of course. Oh, a traveling trainer. Let's battle, just for fun. You got it. Last Faye sends out Baneri. Classic, cute, old gen, normal type. Not too difficult to beat. Classic, cute, old gen, normal type. It is a normal type in this game. I don't really think it's that cute, but apparently some people in Universe do. Snubble's always been an odd one to me. Maybe that's what they were going for. This isn't a normal type, but it's old gen and cute. These trainers really don't seem like much after Sean, huh? Perhaps I was supposed to battle Sean later. I feel like Sean was kind of the peak here. Maybe Sean should get his own episode because... I mean, that's Champion Sean. Wait, what did she say? I clicked on the dialogue, but I didn't actually pay attention. When Pokemon use moves or when they see you and catch your eye, your heart beats a little faster, doesn't it? Buy me some time for recording, too, if I split the episodes. Not that I'm too worried about that. Route 13 encounter. Riftblim. Cool Pokemon. I like it. Might as well try to catch it. Gonna give good Leech Seed recovery. Oh, I have my cut user. I forgot that I still have Ottawa the Pan 4 in my party. It's not really intentional, I just forgot. But it'll pay off here. I'll still need to come back with strength, though. Still getting used to Toronto holding the leftovers, but yeah, look at that recovery. Slows down the animations a bit, but what can you do? Bulky setup mon, these things happen. Unfortunately, I can't get, I mean, I wouldn't have a move slot for it anyway. I have the moves I want, but I can't get Glare on Toronto because I believe that's an egg move. But paralyzing the wild Pokemon would also help. Most of them have still been pretty easy to catch with this method, though. Ominous Wind, but it doesn't get the boosts. suppose it would be a little scarier if it started stacking up ominous wind boosts, but that's not likely, of course. Right now we're recovering back to full after that between leftovers and leech seed. That one didn't even shake. It's using Swallow, but it hasn't used Stockpile. I wonder whether it knows Stockpile. Really unfortunate for it if it doesn't. That one did some damage. Briefly. There we go. What am I naming this? At dusk, swarms of them are carried aloft on winds. When noticed, they suddenly vanish. Alright, Driftblim. You can be East Hants. Why? I don't know. Gonna use a repel here because I'm gonna double back to that item now that I've remembered that I actually can just get it right now. To max ether, not bad. Could be useful if my strongest Pokemon doesn't have a lot of PP on its attacks at the league. What? Will you fight against me? It's okay, but are you strong? Huh? Does this kid nervous? Is that how I'm supposed to interpret that? I don't know. He isn't in Kata, so he could be nervous. You might be tired of me saying it, but black and white sprites were so good. So many of the previous gen Pokemon really shine in this format. Mothim? Alright. Probably the best Mothim has ever looked. What that's worth. Metapod, okay. I'm kind of burning up my fusion flares on these bug types, but whatever. It's fine. Surely. But yeah, these trainers are a lot weaker than Champion Sean. I've maybe not done things in optimal order. I'm happy when I'm with my Pokemon. That means I will be happy for years to come, because I'm always with them. I don't need to say it at this point, do I? This Wingull looks like it lost 3 grams on Route 13. I wish I could help it. Oh no, not 3 grams. I don't... How much does Wingull weigh to begin with? From my point of view, art is feeling and logic, and a beautiful battle is also feeling and logic. I don't have many thoughts on this route, by the way, but it's kind of a pretty route. You know, with the different levels of elevation and stuff. That's a fun thing whenever they play around with it in Unova. Whoa, a Camerupt. That's a cool Pokemon. I like Camerupt a lot. And again, it does kind of shine in Gen 5 sprite form. Look at that mass. I bet it takes a Dragon Pulse and hits back hard with a ground type attack too. A lot scarier than what those younger kids had. I didn't hit back too hard. Could have Hyper Beamed there, but I just didn't feel like it. No point Hyper Beaming if I'm not feeling it, right? Razor Claw. I could evolve a Sneasel if I catch one. And Gram 2. Wingull lost 3 grams. I don't know how much weight that is to a Wingull, but don't worry, I'll help you gain them back. I am a wonderful fisherman who loves everything. This fisherman will fight with wonderful Pokemon. Alright, cool story, bro. By the way, more evidence that they probably... I mean, I shouldn't read too much into it, right? Because they gave us the option to go either direction through Eastern Unova. If Game Freak felt strongly about which way we go, then surely they could have said something about it. Also, I remember now, actually, somebody, I think it was Charon, maybe it was Bianca, was like, I'm gonna go to Black City. That's probably why I went the other direction in my first playthrough, because if you start going east from Nimbasa City, then, you know, you get to Black City relatively early. It's one of the first areas you go. That's probably why I did it that way. So the game did kind of nudge us that way to an extent. What I'm saying is, I'm following the route numbers here, going the opposite of the way I've normally gone in past playthroughs, but more evidence that this might be what Game Freak would prefer if they have a preference at all, although if they do, they have a funny way of showing it. But, you know, we are following the route numbers. It does feel like sort of the natural progression around the region. It's also, I guess, a nice loop, right? Over Driftvale, Mistleton, Iceris, Opalucid, and then over. The point is, the town that I don't know how to say the name of, next to the Giant Chasm. By going this way, we go there before we go to the Giant Chasm. Giant Chasm's off the beaten path anyway. You might go the other way and end up going to the town first. I don't care about Tailwind in a playthrough. But that is Tornadus' best move in VGC, so it feels a little bit weird to turn it down. I want to go deep sea fishing using the Royal Unova that leaves from Castelia City. Does that take you to a good fishing spot or something? Looking for a gram, are you? Well, could this be it? It fell on my head just now. Here, give this to Wingle. Did I ask him about grams? Am I asking people about grams and then being challenged to battles anyway, or did that guy just know? I mean, I think my interpretation here is it landed and he was like, oh, somebody lost this. They'll come looking for it. Anyway. Don't be overwhelmed by my awesome Pokemon. Anyway, what I was just saying is, yeah, by going this way, following the route numbers, you get to the town. It's the 6 Magikarp guy. I forgot there's one of those in this game. You get to the town first, and then you can go to the Giant Chasm after that, so you get to hear the story of a scary monster before you go and investigate whether it's real. But hey, if we were meant to go this way, and again, I think if Game Freak had wanted to push us in a particular direction, they would have been more forceful about it, so I don't think they really cared. But if we were meant to go this way, I think probably the region is really lined up this way just because it makes a nice loop. But if we were meant to go this way, then why have somebody talk about going to Black City and put that on my radar immediately? Because I'm pretty sure that is why I went the other way on my first playthrough. Hope you're enjoying the low HP music while I sweep these Magikarp. Was that a crit? Not a very useful one, huh? Hey, this is going by, because this is in the... They saved the 6 Magikarp guy for the post-game because it's black and white. There wasn't another way to do it. At least it's going by more quickly than it does when he's an early game opponent. And this is the last one, so you know what that calls for. Yep. I actually kind of dislike that Hyper Beam is red in this game. You know, I'm an early gen kid. Hyper Beam is yellow. Or, this is not very colorful at all in the really early gens, but like, I watched the early seasons of the anime growing up. Yellow Hyper Beam is just what that move looks like. What's this red nonsense? Oh well, it's still a Hyper Beam, I suppose, even if it doesn't look like one. Is my fishing rod bad, or is it my fishing skill that's bad? I always catch the same Pokemon. Poor guy. A woman standing alone with a parasol in one hand at the beach? Hi, please have a battle with me. Okay. Don't really know what your point was there, but sure. Zurskit. Cute. Yeah, Halifax is now running low on PP on both stabs. Like, I can use my last Dragon Pulse on this, and I will. But this is the last one right now. Uh-oh. Maybe I should have saved it for Seeking. Well. At least this has a lot of PP. Not so much power, though. You know what? I'm actually going to Hyper Beam this Seeking. No, I'm not. I got KO'd by the waterfall. What was I thinking? Had I survived another turn, I would have Hyper Beamed the Seeking and then probably just gotten KO'd by whatever's next. Anyway, get a bit of Toronto experience in. Is her last Pokemon also a water type? Yep. Look at that Goldeen swimming around all elegantly. I hope you got a good luck because there it goes. I heard a parasol is a must on the beach, but I'm the only one who has one? Huh. Alright, I'm gonna buy some Ultra Balls because who knows, maybe I'll need them soonish. I'll just go back up to 30 actually, I'll only buy a few. I don't know whether I'll need Cut again on this route, so I'm not going to deposit my Panpour just yet. And off we go once again. I guess I could just skip most of this grass with Cut actually, but whatever. Repel will come in handy further down as well. Down here. Also, I think there might be something over here. Hang on. No, that's also further down, I guess. Over here? Oh. Over here? Maybe there's nothing on this side that needs surfing to and I misremembered. Oh, no, I remembered correctly. Here we go. One house tucked away down here. Awkward spot to live, no doubt, but quiet, peaceful. I found this plate when I used the move Dive in the sea around Undella Town, but I don't know how to use it. You can have it if you like. Flash plate. I have another one. Take this, too. That's a little bit weird, huh? I have this plate. Also, I have another plate. Anyway, the Splash plate and the Draco plate. So I guess Palkia has been here. They say there's a sunken temple at the bottom of the sea around Undella Town. Those plates were resting in the temple. Maybe they're treasure. Obviously, this is just the setup for a way to get the plates into these games, because Game Freak, you know, wants you to be able to make the most of your Arceus that you transfer up. If you got the rare Arceus distribution in Gen 4, since they never released the Azure Flute back then. They just gotta put the plates somewhere, so they integrated them here, but hey, putting them in a mysterious old sunken temple... What I'm saying is I don't think they have fleshed out... Although you never know, they might have fleshed out lore about Arceus having a connection to the temple, but more likely it's just another neat little bit of mystery in this region. It's a nice touch. Nowadays, I understand why nowadays they just put these things in an auction house or something like that. That's what it is in the current games, of course, because there are just so many. At some point, you kind of need to be efficient with it, I suppose. But it's neat that there was more of an effort back in the day when it was a more reasonable thing to put that effort into. To integrate them into the world a little bit, at least in mysterious ways that make the kids think a little bit about what hidden lore there could be. My husband can teach some Pokemon the ultimate moves. Okay, so this is... Her husband is the Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon tutor. I don't want Frenzy Plant to have the moves I want. Maybe I could drop Giga Drain for Frenzy Plant just for fun. Maybe I'll do that like at the very end. But right now I have what I want. What am I doing? I'm hunting for treasure! Treasure hunting is fun. Sometimes things are buried in the sand dunes. Actually, I just found something, but it's the same one as I found before, so I'll give this to you. A yellow flute. What does that do? I'll be hunting for treasure here tomorrow, too. You may find something, so if you have time, stop by. Alright, that guy really loves his treasure, doesn't he? Oh, a maniac will buy it for a high price. Okay. You know any maniacs? I guess if he did, he wouldn't give it to me. Why did the letter I mailed fall from the sky? I got it. Wingle dropped it. Here it is. Please give this to Wingle. Tell Wingle not to drop it this time. That's funny. Mail a letter and suddenly... Oh, here it is again. What happened? Return to sender, I guess. You look like a competent Pokemon trainer. If I have a battle with you, I may learn some secrets. What secrets do you think? Well, I say that. I am immediately going to lead with a legendary Pokemon here. Maybe I know some secrets. This guy, meanwhile, leads with a Feebas. Sitting there opening its mouth occasionally, like, whoop, whoop. Anyway. Remoraid, cool Pokemon. I have no idea how some fans saw this and missed that it's partly based on a gun. Anyway, there it goes. Kingler, okay. Kingler looks pretty good in Gen 5 sprite form. Looks ready to throw claws. But there it goes. Nobody's measuring up to Champion Sean anymore. I feel like Volkner in the Sinnoh games. But where are the strong challengers? After Champion Sean, everybody else is boring. The secret of fishing. Isn't it hurry up slowly? I don't know what he's talking about. I don't fish. Suppose I could. I live in a good place for it, but if ever I take up fishing, maybe someday I'll understand what that NPC was talking about. I think it was a deep sea scale I just picked up, right? So if I want to evolve a Clamperl into a Gorbis, can't do it anyway because no way to trade. But there we go. That's where the item is if you're really eager to evolve a Clamperl into a Gorbis in Anno Domini 2025. Get back here. There we go. I will keep walking on the sandy beach. How about that? Sounds pretty great, doesn't it? Black Belt Benjamin with a sock. Okay. A little bit more Gen 5 flavor here. Haven't seen a sock in a while. Did some damage. And the drops don't even matter because it's KOs anyway. Let's see what this other Pokemon is. Is it a throw? Nope. We're back to old gens. Hitmonlee really committed here to balancing on one leg. That one's a little bit odd. But I guess I wanted to get the kicking motion in there. Also, Hitmonlee is pretty specially bulky, no? Or at least it has a good special defense stat. I'm surprised it took the extra sensory so much worse than the sock did. I walk on the sandy beach because I love footprints. Okay. So obviously I've bypassed a chunk of the route here. I could go down to Undella Town right now if I want, but we don't bypass things in this playthrough. Oh, a lovely trainer. Oh, a lovely trainer. That's definitely how she said it. Would you like to meet the Pokemon that make me proud? Oh, a lovely trainer. Socialite Marion. I forgot Socialite is a trainer class. There's a Kricketot. That is a lovely Pokemon. I'm glad she's proud of it. I am gonna kind of temporarily cook it though. I'm biting this. What's our other Pokemon? Kricketot's a pleasant Pokemon. Got that nice musical cry. Oh, Chimecho is a nice fit, too. She's got some very pleasant, little, cute, sound-emitting Pokemon. They did a good job with some of these NPC teams in this area, this post-game. Like, you know, Socialite Marion is 2 Pokemon. They could have given her just about anything. You got some nice, pleasant Pokemon that show you something about her personality. What she likes as a trainer, you know? Just a little bit of characterization for a character I might honestly forget about by the time this episode goes up. But it's nice to enjoy in the moment. Looking back, when I had ups and downs, my Pokemon were always there for me. While we watch the beautiful scenery, let's have an exciting Pokemon battle. Alright, let's. Farfetch'd, that's a funny guy. Glad to run into one of those. Also a little bit weirdly interested in balancing on one leg, huh? But not... I can't really tell whether it's ever putting weight on the right leg. I think so. It's not just standing on one leg the whole time like Hitmonlee. False Swipe is not a good way to get KOs. So if that's what he's going for, don't have much to worry about there. Looks like another extra sensory will knock this out. And what's his other Pokemon? Bramble. Okay. I'm not getting as much as of a clear character vibe from this guy, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be every time. Oh, that almost KO'd. Almost. Time to get Steinbach from some experience. I am once again not doing a lot of that. But this is the perfect moment, I would think. We're actually faster. If this were Champion Sean, all his Pokemon would be faster for some reason. But whatever. Gotta put that behind us. Got a lot of money, though, because I brought the amulet coin in against this gentleman. Quiet sound of a multitude of waves endlessly overlapping. It's like a first-class orchestra. Doesn't it sound like that? I'm not going to go to the Pokemon Center just yet, because I think these twins might be the only trainers left here. And then I have to go do an HM swap anyway, so I'm just going to move to Toronto to the front of my party. If Toronto and Steinbach get the KOs here, then all 4 of the Pokemon that I'm training at the moment get experience. Our combination is the best. There's no chance we'll ever lose. Actually, yeah, definitely have battled that Fisherman, because I did go through there to get to that side path. So yeah, these might be the last ones. We'll see. Puzzle and Minun, the classic double battle duo. Let's go. I like the way they're posed in these sprites, right? They really complement each other side by side like that. Let's just focus down one of them. Ooh, Swana's not great for this, huh? Oh well, we'll see what happens. Focus down the Plusle first. I think it hits slightly harder than Minun. Ooh, almost KO'd, but not quite. Get entrainment. They're going to turn Overgrow into minus, but that's fine. I'm probably not using either. And Plusle went straight for Last Resort without having used anything else. That's not how that move works. So Steinbach gets the fly off. That should KO the Plusle. So I can Leaf Blade Minun now. This goes for Trump Card. Sorry, Minun went for Trump Card. Plusle is just spamming Last Resort without understanding how that move works. That's a bit of an awkward battle AI moment there. And yeah, using a Swana here was no problem, I guess, as Toronto will get the last KO. Before the Minun could move. They never used an electric attack anyway. It was just entrainment, Trump Card, and Last Resort. A little bit of experience for everyone other than Halifax there. And Charlottetown is in the PC right now, but you know. What can you do? Oh, why are they running away? I just battled them. If Pokemon are good friends, they will be filled with power. Okay. Was that Plusle's other move Return? The abilities called Plus and Minus are the best combination, right? Not so much, but hey, keep at it. I would like to see plus level mine and do well. I tried them in Reg H at one point. I think I have a video with that, but it was really bad. It was really bad, but I was, you know, I had hoped. Okay. Make a quick early trip to Undella Town. No exploring yet. Get a strength user and come back. Talk to those NPCs later. You know how it is. We're not done with Route 13 just yet. Alright, Montreal the Boldor. This one, found on the first try. Please swap into the party. Hopefully I won't need cut anymore. Back there. Not the end of the world if I do, but it would be annoying. There's a neat little pathing thing I found on this route. You can run right into the rock there, and then that'll put you right in the middle of the path when you turn left. Oops. Picking up items. I didn't even really notice. I picked up an Electorizer. Will not be evolving an Electabuzz in this playthrough, but there you go. I found that somewhere around here. Psychic TM, not bad. If I were still training a Chandelure, that would be useful. For these guys, let's see. Reshiram and Tornadus both can learn it. I might as well drop extra sensory on both of them. Because Psychic is a little bit stronger. I think only like 10 base power, but that's not 0. There we go. Not a bad little TM there. Let's not forget to return the Grams to Wingull, obviously. I guess that's another small interaction. You go through the route this way. You can hear about the Grams before you start running into them. I was probably pretty confused by them the first time I came through here, going the other way. I don't really remember. Oh great, could that be the Gram? Let's show it to Wingull. I brought all 3. Reek! We've got them all. This helps Wingull a lot. Reek! And that, I guess, is the sound of Wingull flying away. Wingull flew away looking happy. Oh, something is on the ground? U-turn TM. Oh, that's a good TM. I forgot you got such a nice reward for this. Thank you, trainer. When we see happy Pokemon faces, we feel happy, don't we? I mean, I don't think I'll be using that U-turn TM in this playthrough, but I was just checking whether there's anything like a strength puzzle down there. I didn't remember. I don't think I'll be using that U-turn TM in this playthrough, but obviously it was a great one for competitive play. Oh, is that the Gram? And now that I've grabbed Montreal out of the PC, I saw another strength puzzle. Let's see what we can find over this way, shall we? A prism scale. Anyone wants to evolve a Feebas? Let's go ahead and open this up. I think I will still need strength inside, though. Look at that cave. That looks like a place I might need strength. Oh, I guess this is my giant chasm encounter. Lunatone. Cool Pokemon. I like Lunatone. I always found it a little creepy, that big red eye. But Lunatone, kind of an underrated creepy Pokemon, I think. I guess those eyes, but in a sprite like this, you only see one at a time. It's got a little bit of a haunting cry, too. Underrated creepy Pokemon, Lunatone. I guess if I'm using an Ultra Ball on this, then I won't have exactly 30 anymore, but surely that's fine. Future Sight. It's gonna hit at some point. Unless I catch it with this next ball. Or the one after, or whatever. I don't remember how many turns Future Sight takes, to be honest. Huh. Alright. Whoa, that did a lot of damage with that crit. Oh, bye Toronto. Whoa. Well, I guess I'll get back to 30 Ultra Balls when I go to the Pokemon Center after this. These balls are not even shaking anymore. And look at that damage! What happened? I know it's a level 58, but why is this Lunatone so strong? Another Future Sight to hit it just the wrong time. Get a KO. We stopped this one at least. Because it turns active on nights of the full moon, it is said to have some link to the lunar phases. We'll not be getting an ice type inside the cave, but that's fine. What is slightly awkward is, of course, I've already used the name Lunenburg. So, with a slight adjustment for character limit, your name shall be Bridgewater. That's right, I foralligatored it. Because Bridgewater with that spelling is right at the limit. I actually just forgot earlier to swap Halifax back to the front. So let's do that now. That would have prevented that encounter. Not that I'm mad about it. That sounds cool. Back into the chasm. Who knows what we'll find in there? But several more Ultra Balls for, I don't know. Just had a feeling, you know? There, I guess, is the big hole. Where once there was a bridge, apparently. To where? Who knows? No answers to be had to that, I think. Oops. No doubt that bridge has been gone a long time. Yeah, a bunch of items and hidden items here, some behind strength boulders and stuff. Some surfing to do in here too, I think. My nose is getting itchy. Hopefully I won't have to pause the recording to go take an allergy thing. I don't feel like I have to yet, but yeah, we'll see if I get there. Definitely getting that nose itchy feeling. Lots of sell this for money items to be found in here. Perhaps the meteor brought space riches, like that comet shard there. Don't know why that's not an item. What? Oh. Alright, I mean, obviously the proper path to get through here, I think, is... I say obviously, I think it's to the left, but I'll go push that boulder for completion's sake. Actually, I think that way does also lead to the end. Or the, you know, the exit I want to take. Yeah, it does. And now I'm in the big hole. Let's see what we find here. A wild encounter. Repel didn't stop this. Piloswine and Clefairy. At the same level as my Reshiram. Neat. And here's a Soul Rock to go with the Lunatone, but nah, won't be catching it. Level 65. A few levels away from preventing that encounter. Wow. Got an interesting mix of ice types and space Pokemon here. Definitely a meteor impact site, huh? Where one might expect a cold wind. Got Lunatone and Clefairy now. Really loading up on the space Pokemon. Lunatone, Solrock, Clefairy. Very mysterious. Ugh, almost got out of the grass. Wow. They're glad that they're lucky they don't have to fight my Pokemon. Oh, the white being of truth would bear down its might on them, and also Reshiram. Should be fine in the regular colored grass, right? Just the dark grass that's got crazy levels. Probably. I wonder whether this is an... Oh, it's gone, because I interact with an item. I was actually thinking about getting that encounter to see if it was an Audino or something else. Alright, I'm gonna go wide around this time, because I think there's some items I can get that way. Oh, well, I just missed an item by doing that. There's some stairs up there, but don't see a way to get to them. I think I'm actually just wasting my time doing this wide route, but oh well. Looks like a dead end. Full of dark grass, no less. There's an item. Whoa, Metang! Another mysterious psychic type Pokemon, but also... Whoa, consider what that evolves into. That would be a good encounter. Size Shock TM. Just after the psychic one, huh? I don't think that's of use to my team, but there it is. Good TM. Alright. Now, we actually try to cut inward here. I don't really remember what I'm doing. We'll figure it out. There's a Metang. On its own. Won't be trying to catch it. I'm not sure the Leech Seed method would work anyway. Its catch rate is so bad. Probably just get KO'd by the Leech Seed. Ice Beam TM, now we're talking. That's a good TM. You really have to go out to this area to find it, huh? I don't think any of my team can... Oh, actually, I do think Swanna can learn Ice Beam. However... I was gonna say, what am I dropping? I can't drop Fly, but actually there's an easy answer. Roost. What am I using Roost? There we go. Steinbach learned Ice Beam. That could come in handy. Eventually, we'll see. There's an item down here. So apparently the way to get items is not what I did at first. For the most part. Yeah, just trying to make sure to cut inward when I can. There's a Piloswine. I say there are ice types around here because it's something I remember, but it's just been Piloswine so far. Oh, I definitely went here already. Am I doing this wrong? Probably. Nope. I've reached the middle. There's a little bit of water. This is probably like the main impact spot, right? Or maybe that's meant to be deeper in the cave, but a slightly deeper hole. A small deeper hole inside the big hole. Let's check it out. Ron? Uh-oh. Cold wind in the big hole. And a mysterious sound. Could there be something to the stories? Whole area filled with snow. That doesn't seem natural. What's going on? I must be walking on top of the trees, right? I can't see the trees at all. They must be completely buried in the snow. So that's a massive amount of snow in an instant. Maybe I should just leave. I could. That whole thick wooded area I was just in, completely buried in snow. More than just a cold wind. But I can go this way now. Who knows what I'll find. I think the impact site is probably the deeper in Black 2, White 2 exclusive area, right? I don't know. What I do know is we got a cave, we got water, we got one very strange looking creature that vaguely reminds me of the twin dragons of legend. The monster of Giant Chasm. Let's go. Let's take it on. Haran. Yeah, this is why I kept Reshiram in front of my party. Time for a second Clash of the Dragons right here. Level 75. Kyurem. I would ask how it got to such a high level out here in a remote area while the other two were fighting the battles of heroes for all those years, but I think levels are just a contrivance in universe. I don't think they mean anything. But I think if there's anything that's gonna show this Kyurem, I mean business, it's a Hyper Beam to the face. Let's go. Imprison? Do you know Hyper Beam? Nope. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Alright. Here, have another one. No? I actually couldn't... I thought about clicking Dragon Pulse there. I was worried about KO. But actually, I realized I couldn't click Dragon Pulse anyway because he used Imprison. That's funny. Am I going to Leech Seed this, or am I going to do this the old-fashioned way for a Legendary Encounter? I'm going to see what an X-Scissor does. It shouldn't be able to KO Red Deer right away, right? That animation with the freezing sound effect and everything. And I suppose you could call this a preview of the... Oh, that was a crit. Okay. I suppose you could call this a preview of the Black 2, White 2 story, Cobalion versus Kyurem. Not that you have to use Cobalion. Despite a clear type advantage, Cobalion is kind of struggling here, but Kyurem uses Imprison for some reason. I can promise this Pokemon of mine doesn't know Dragon Pulse. And yeah, I'm just weakening it to red and throwing Ultra Balls. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. I forgot to use a Quick Ball. I bought a Quick Ball just to use on Kyurem, and I forgot to actually do it because I just saw the shiny Hyper Beam button. Guess I'll use that on something else. But anyway, Kyurem will be taking another KO here, I suppose. This is scary. That was my best defensive Pokemon into it. I have 2 flying types, a grass type, and a level 27 Mon that at least has Sturdy. Steinbach, I guess you're next. Not sure how many more balls I'll get to throw. Well, at least a few. Right, because I have 4 Pokemon left. One of them is Sturdy. Let's see if we take this Dragon Pulse. Nope. Alright, St. John's, you've got this, buddy. Imprison, okay. Buys me another turn. Didn't even shake. Alright, St. John's was not up to the task, but surely my starter can handle this. I believe in you, Toronto. Oh, almost. I was ready to pop off about Superior being so good, if that catch worked. It still is, but we didn't see it this time. Alright, Montreal, it's all you, my friend. You think he uses Imprison next turn? But this could be the last chance, so I'm going to use the 1 Timer Ball that I haven't... Oh, I have 3 Timer Balls. Well, I'm going to use one of them. I don't know how many turns it's been. I don't know my Timer Ball mechanics anyway, but... No, 1 shake. Imprison? Nah. Kyurem encounter failed. I could go back and try again with Quick Ball, but I think I know what the outcome would likely be. Somehow I didn't get eaten by the monster, perhaps because I fed it money. Keep it distracted. I don't want to go try again, but I said 1 try at each legendary. Kyurem would have been... I definitely would have put Kyurem on the team. It would have been very valuable in the league. Being at a way higher level than anything else I have, but it was not to be. Reshiram defeated Zekrom, but it lost to this legendary Dragon Clash, I suppose. I am actually going to swap Halifax out of the front of the party now. I guess I'll go with Steinbach. Every time I think that, I go, maybe not. You know what, we'll see how it goes. Well, you know what? It's just as well. The fact that I failed to catch Kyurem, you know, maybe it's just not for me. I have Reshiram already, maybe in some time, like, I don't know, say hypothetically 2 years. Somebody else will go deal with Kyurem. I am a little curious. I guess, so this was... Gen 5 is back when... This was how they handled the major legendary trios, right? There'd be the first 2 members. I mean, I guess this was the case all the way through, like, Gen 7. There'd be the first 2 members. that are featured in the story of the initial games, and then third member would just be sort of like a mysterious creature hanging around the region, but fans would notice the similarities to the main legendary duo, and then sure enough, in some third version or sequels or something, it would pop up with its own role in the story. So Kyurem, I guess, is kind of like a... It's obvious. There's an obvious similarity to Reshiram and Zekrom, and it's gray while they're black and white, but not wanting to tie it into the story just yet, Game Freak just presented as this mysterious folklore creature in a remote part of the region. Known in legend, but might or might not be real, and so the monster that comes out with a cold wind and eats people. It's pretty, pretty cool cryptid vibe, but... And it gives it some place in this region without properly fleshing it out yet. I do wonder why they tied it into space, though. Like, especially with the later lore of Kyurem being the leftover husk of the dragon that Reshiram and Zekrom split off from. Like, what exactly happened that Kyurem landed in a meteor? Or are the meteor and Kyurem being there unrelated? It seems like there probably is a real meteor, right? Because what are all those Clefairy, Lunatone, and Solrock doing there? And Comet Shards and stuff. Right, like you could say, oh, the dragon split in that location, and people interpreted the shock to the area as a meteor strike. But no, it seems like the meteor strike is probably real. I think we also know from data mining of Black and White that there was a hidden key item called the Godstone, which looked like the Light and Dark Stones, but gray. I think I remember that being a thing, and so we thought that Kyurem would show up in the Godstone, much like the other two in their stones in... We thought that Kyurem would get around stone form in what we thought would be Pokemon Gray. That's not what happened in Black 2, White 2, but, you know. Perhaps the meteor was, or partially was, Kyurem in stone form, but then why would it fall from seemingly outer space? It's very mysterious. I wonder whether there are theories around it that I'm not aware of. I feel like there's already something that came up in this episode that I said I would look up, and now I won't because I've forgotten about it. But I'll see if I can look up the meteor thing. What fan theories might exist around that. Do you check electric bulletin boards? The news about Pokemon mass outbreaks is hot now. I still think NPCs in this game speak pretty weirdly sometimes. That guy was a good example. I'm one of the gate receptionists. Our assigned places change daily. Can you believe it? No, I can't believe it. I thought you were just in the same spot all the time. What? Why are you rotating around? Anyway, here's Undella Town. Hello, boy. Well, I guess I've committed to this interaction now. Hello, boy. You have a villa in Undella? You are rich. As a token of our new acquaintance, please accept this. Isn't the prism scale beautiful? It may be good to let a Pokemon hold it. That might be the weirdest NPC yet in this game, and that's saying something. Hello, boy. You are rich. I don't have a villa. Also, I don't have a villa. Did the silent protagonist tell him that I have a villa? Where did he get that from? I can get an Undella Town encounter. I can get an Undella Bay encounter. Let's deal with the town first. Hello, boy. Let's stay out of this house, though, for no particular reason. I don't know, I just get a bad vibe from it, I guess. Town of rippling waves. The sea, it's a source of life. The sea, it's a lot of water. So teach this move to your Pokemon, you can dive into the sea. Whoa, a new HM. They got a post-game HM in this game. Inside this hidden machine is Dive. The darkest parts of the sea are called diving points, and you can use Dive there. And if you use Dive there, you can dive all the way to the bottom of the sea. I can't believe I could use dive to the bottom of the sea at diving points. That's crazy. Let's dive on in. Soon. Oh, there's nobody here. Is this the one that I meant to avoid? With just nobody in it yet? I don't know. There's nobody in this one either. I don't know. It's this one that's giving me a bad vibe, but maybe I'm not doing great at determining where vibes come from. This big villa belongs to the riches. Is that me? Am I rich? You have an extremely bored look on your face. Okay, I'll let you have a very exciting Pokemon battle with me. Alright. If it's gonna be very exciting, why not? The Riches Draco. Sure. Reasonable name, reasonable trainer class. You've got a Weasel. Dimeback, feeling up to this one? Let's see. Air Slash. go! Steinbach, use Air Slash. Flinch it! Well, that's a 2-hit KO and he went for Razor Wind. He messed up. GG. I hope the riches give me a lot of money when I battle them. I don't remember the riches. How could you win against a busy person like me? You're a kid with a weasel. I like you. I will let you see a very special thing, so follow me. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember this. Though surely I've seen it before. Isn't it great? Isn't it spacious? This is my dad's villa, and I could use it freely. But when I came here, surprisingly, there was nothing to do, so now I'm bored. As you may know, my dad is totally obsessed with items at the ruins. I don't know who your dad is, bro. Hey, you're bored, aren't you? Come here tomorrow, too. I don't mind having a battle with you. Maybe... Okay, meeting Draco Rich here explains a lot about why that guy at the Pokemon Center was acting like that. He probably thought I was Draco Rich. No, I'm a better trainer than that. What is going on down here? Big collection of something. As you... Oh, is this his dad? As you can see, I am an ultra-rich billionaire. Yeah, that's exactly what I expect a billionaire to say if I ever meet one. As you can see, I am an ultra-rich billionaire. And as you can see, my hobby is to collect rare items. Oh, is this the guy who will buy the yellow flute? In fact, this outfit is ultra expensive and rare. Can you see it? Can you? I cannot. You look like a black belt. There's something that this billionaire wants to get his hands on, even if it means spending a lot of money. Do you have such a rare item? Do you? Is it this? That yellow flute! Will you sell it to me for 7,500? Will you? You think an ultra-rich billionaire could give me more than that, but that's still pretty good. I got a very good item. Don't you think it's great? Don't you? This guy's speaking style is really something. No info on that. Grr, you don't have a rare item, do you? Jesus, bro. Too bad that treasure hunter doesn't know this guy. He can make bank. Anyway, nothing along here, and surely there never will be anything along here because the riches will see to that. Right, can't imagine anything being built down that way. Big Nugget, they're just leaving out in their yard. Well, he is an ultra-rich billionaire. That's how it goes, I guess. Do you think Panpour can learn dive? Let's find out together. Also, Panpour can learn dive. So can Swanna, but got 2 HMs on that already. It's battling member of the team. I'm gonna keep Dig and delete Thief, because when am I ever actually making use of Thief with my level 17 Panpour? I'm gonna deposit Halifax in the PC and get Charlottetown, because if I just leave Charlottetown in the PC forever, she'll never get any more experience before the league. And... oh, wrong Pokemon. And... yeah, now that I've failed to catch Kyurem, I'm pretty sure Charlottetown's place on the team is safe for good. Unless I run into something really crazy. I got a random shiny late in the X version of this playthrough. Maybe I'll get one in this. Who knows? Got a couple encounters to get right now. Actually, we'll go down here first. Alright, at this point I'm out of Undella Town on Route 14. Route 14 can wait. Undella Town encounter, Undella Bay encounter. I know there are trainers on the bay, and I know there are diving spots on the bay, so still much to do. Town encounter is... Mantike! Adorable. Would consider training it. Genuinely, I would, if I had a way to evolve it, but I don't think I'm getting a Remoraid. Probably have to fish for that. And I don't know where. And of course you need Remoraid to evolve Mantike, so this will not be joining the team, but I'll try to catch it. Mantike is genuinely... I was gonna say one of my favorite baby Pokemon. It might be my favorite. It's so cute. I forgot I still have a Quick Ball because I forgot to use it on Kyurem. I could have used that here. Fine. Also, Mantine's cool. I like Mantine, despite what that one back on Route 11 did to me. So, points to Mantike for that. But on its own merits, I'm pretty sure Mantike is my favorite baby Pokemon. Unfortunately, it used Bounce with that 100% para rate, so that's a little bit awkward. Oh, maybe it's only a 95% para rate. Who knows? Alright, another coil, I suppose. Never mind. Wow, that one didn't paralyze either. I guess this Mantike is just a baby and it doesn't know how yet. That's probably the explanation. Ball didn't even shake. Got it. People organize tours to see this Pokemon frolic and skim the tops of waves with Remoraid. I don't blame them, it's so adorable. Glad I caught one. Actually, I had one in X, didn't I? And I trained it for a bit? I don't remember now. Check out Kalos Revisited to see what I used in that series. I only remember a few of the mons. Anyway, you can be Sydney. And no repel, just gonna go to the bay. I think I'm in the bay now. The location started to pop up. Undella Bay encounter is this silly guy. Why is it only at level 25? What level was that Mantike at? What's going on with these wild levels? In this strictly post-game area. No Drizzle, of course, Pelipper doesn't have that yet in this generation. I think that's already come up in this very post-game. What level was my Mantike at? Well, whatever. Here we go again. Oh, almost. Oh, I almost had it, I should say. There we go. Sorry, 1 second. It is a messenger of the skies, carrying small Pokemon and eggs to safety in its bill. No wonder we saw Wingull carrying grams, but that is quite the start to a Pokedex entry. It is a messenger of the skies. That will not at all influence its nickname, which is just the first one I thought of, and is Shelburne. Repel time. The trainer battles and then diving spots, surely, right? I have definitely used dive in this area before, but like a really long time ago. First playthrough, maybe a little after at some point, I don't know. I just love swimming, so I have only fought against wild Pokemon. Oh, this guy's too busy swimming to battle trainers? Well, we'll see how that works out for him now. Will Pokemon star you? Would not necessarily be out of place over at the giant chasm. Maybe I could have caught one there, I don't know. I didn't check the water. And it was Power Gem. Uh-oh. Well, it didn't KO. I get a chance to switch out to Toronto. Still get some experience and probably a level up on Steinbach for this battle. Uh-oh. Do you think it knows Recover? I can crit it with Leaf Blade, though. But hey, not bad for a guy who doesn't battle trainers. Except apparently me. I guess because I came out here to him. I guess he wouldn't battle trainers who don't go to see him out on the water. Wingull? Wingull is such a simple design, but I really like it. Now look at it. Wings spread out, gliding in place in Gen 5 sprite. Another mon that really shines here. Also a mon that really shines in new Pokemon Snap. Like, it's just a basic Pokemon that, of course, you expect to find in that area. Well, what can I tell you? It's, I mean, again, there's nothing crazy about Wingull's design. It's a gull with some Pokemon-defied elements, but the design gets the job done. It's cute. It's a nice early game bird. It's sort of one of those low-key Pokemon that I would never call one of my very favorites, but really like, even though it has such a simple design. Well, I think the simplicity of the design is a strength, is part of what I'm saying here. Okay, I will challenge Pokemon in gyms all over the world. Where do I find water-type gyms? Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, right? Yeah, that is correct. Also Galar. And Paldea. You got quite a journey ahead of you. But that was a strong Staryu. I think you'll be alright. My Pokemon and I are always swimming. Of course I can battle while swimming. Quagsire. Probably don't want to quick surf into that because it could have water absorb. Probably just want to switch out to Toronto anyway, if we're being honest. The shading on that Quagsire sprite looks a little weird to me. I think that one is not their best work in this generation. I can kind of see what they were going for, but eh. It's unfortunate. Quagsire is a cute, silly guy, but this is probably one of the weaker Gen 5 sprites we've seen in its post-game, which is fine when I've been heaping praise on most of them, right? Overall, they're still killing it. But anyway. There's a Golduck. Those guys are always popping up. They just set rain and then sent in Golduck, which has Cloud 9, so it cancels the effect of the rain. It's still raining, but the rain does nothing now. A little bit of anti-synergy in their game plan there. As Golduck drops to a Leaf Blade crit anyway. And we move on. They say a temple sank to the ocean floor in Andella. Again, very mysterious. Who knows what secrets are down there. There's another swimmer. Two more swimmers. At least two. Oh, that's a rock up there. Two more that I've seen so far. Seeing a Pokemon use its best moves against another Pokemon is really an adventure. She's not wrong. Okay, can I Air Slash through this? Not known for its special bulk, Shelter. Guess so. Chinchou, definitely going to switch out against that. Chinchou, another, well, Lantern especially, but appreciate Chinchou as well. Another sort of quietly one of my, not one of my very favorites, but a Pokemon that I like a lot. Also, not to get into Generation 2 discourse too much in the Gen 5 playthrough, but people complain about Gen 2 Pokemon not appearing in Johto, justifiably. But I think it's fair to say people sharper about these things than I am have looked into it and come to this theory that probably what they were going for in Pokemon 2, the second generation, the first time they added more Pokemon after the initial 151, was that these Pokemon were newly discovered because they were rare out of the, for the most part, rare out of the way encounters. Doesn't really hold up to like Sentret, but and Hoot Hoot. And so it took some more time to find them. Chinchou, rare out of the way encounter that is in Johto. And I actually really like that. I mean, I was a Gen 2 kid. I suppose I'm biased to like the way that Gen did things. But I always liked Pokemon like Chinchou is a good example. Chimecho in Gen 3 is a really good example, where their whole deal was just that they were like a rare encounter in one specific area. And so as a kid who didn't, you know, just go on the internet to look everything up like I do now, and some kids had guidebooks, but I was never the kid with a guidebook. You know, I felt a sense of accomplishment in finding out how to get these Pokemon and actually going and catching one. I felt good the one time I found a Chimecho on Mount Pyre in Gen 3. And I'm not sure the other kids that I hung out with then had caught their own Chimecho. Chinchou, you can get in Olivine City, probably in multiple places in the Johto games, but certainly Olivine City in the ferry terminal is where I always caught mine. There's some water in there where you can fish. And there we go, it's a Generation 2 Pokemon that's in Johto, but if you were a kid back there, felt nice to actually find and catch, and is rewarding because it had that unique type combination for the time and is, you know, pretty cool design. I like what they did with Chinchou then. I like Chinchou a lot as a Pokemon. That's my rant after battling one just now. This NPC who is on vacation all year round. In this dreamy paradise, I suppose, that is Undella Town. There's another diving spot up there. If you have the move Dive, you can dive and sink. You can dive in a diving spot with Dive if you have Dive. That's what they say. Whalmer! Look at that round guy. I'm just gonna switch out to my grass type. Toronto is actually getting a good bit of experience in this post-game. Obviously at a lower level still than Halifax the Reshiram, the White Dragon of Truth, but yeah, any superior doubters, this Pokemon has been no slouch. Getting the experience share through the league was also a big boost. Actually, I think that's where most of these levels came from. But Toronto's been putting in work. Even against broken post-game opponents. Maybe you need to be a particular kind of player to make the most of Superior in-game, and to really appreciate the way it plays, which can be a little bit slow and grindy, but very different experience from any other starter that I've used, as far as I can recall, and I like it a lot. And when I say Superior is my favorite starter, mostly that's a comment on its design. I love it. It's my favorite starter Pokemon design for sure. Got a lot of personality in it. It's the only starter that's a snake. Pretty cool. But yeah, the way it plays late in Black and White is something a little different and interesting to me as well. And it's holding up nicely here. While some of the other teammates are struggling. Even, you know, when was the last time St. John's the Tornadus accomplished very much? Probably the Battle Institute. Have your Pokemon learn the move Dive? Dive is good. Great, because it's Dive. You can dive in the dive, dive. Okay, I haven't battled her yet. The Sea Waves and Undella Town are nice and calm. There's another diving spot, by the way. We found 3 so far. Corsola, cute Gen 2 Pokemon. which I think can be found in Johto. But again, you have to kind of look for it. It's not a bad thing. Goodbye, Corsola. Can't go through there. Thought it would be a nice little shortcut, but no. Oh, did you come here to see Cynthia in a bathing suit? Okay, I'd rather be mistaken for Draco Rich. What was that? Also, who's Cynthia? I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't met anyone named Cynthia. Cute Pokemon, Seal. Gets criticized now for just being a seal with a horn. That's Gen 1 designs. You know? I saw a post somewhere recently claiming Gen 1 designs are lazy. I don't think they're lazy. I think they just were the first take on how to design Pokemon. You know, I give them a little bit more of a pass when they're doing it for the first time. But also, Seal's pretty cute. I like Seal. It's not the height of creativity. I don't care. It doesn't have to be. That said, there goes this one. Also funny how that sprite is sticking its tongue out the whole time. I'll tell you what, I'm more interested in Seal than I am in this. Although Alomomola is like a vaguely interesting Pokemon in competitive play sometimes, not especially good. But I used it in Reg A on a funny team that I had. And I had it in, I think I had Alomomola in my very first PDL season as well. So there's something. But which Pokemon do I like more of the two? Definitely Seal. Crit didn't matter, by the way. You should put on a bathing suit and swim instead of riding on a Pokemon. Why are you so fascinated with bathing suits, and why are you projecting that onto me? I heard that Cynthia swims secretly when nobody else is around. And I heard she is great. Just great. Alright, that's awesome. Whoever Cynthia is. I hope I meet her someday if she's so great. Okay, that's a diving spot. That's a diving spot. That's a wild encounter, not stopped by the repel. And it's a Wingull. It's a level 50 Wingull. Alright. Trying to show my Swanna who the better water bird is, but I'm not interested. Diving spot over here. There are 4 of them. I'll start here because it's the first one I found. There are 4 of them in like a cross formation from the looks of it. Or I guess you could say a square. Underwater at the Abyssal Ruins. Get a little look at the outside of the ruins and then just get launched back upward. Okay, I was not inputting any movement controls. Let's see what happens if I hit forward. I don't get kicked out immediately. I actually circle down into the ruins. Okay. And here we go. I don't remember the ruins very well. I did this a long time ago, like a couple of times. Click. The sound reverberates. Or am I locked in? I know these symbols have been translated, but I don't know off the top of my head what they say. I think they tell the story of like the king of this place in ancient times, right? But I know fans have figured that one out. An item. I can't move. A dull sound came from far away. Relic copper. Can't read any of that. This looks like it would have a held item, or a hidden item here is what I mean. No, it's just what the gap looks like. Got a spooky plate. Any eerie, spoopy Arceus connection to this place? Relic silver. Relics are getting a little more valuable. Icicle plate. 4 plates total, 2 from in here. I see more items, I don't know if I'll get to them. There may not be a path, I've just passed a bunch of items that I couldn't seem to get to. Okay, now the path opens back up this way, but what just happened? A dull sound echoed. That was, I think, a fair bit louder and shakier than that last dull sound. Here's an iron plate. Not gonna bother with the symbols I can't read anymore, as here's a flame plate. Relic copper again. Big ruin. Don't really have any sense of its layout. Narrow path. Kind of feels like it's leading me to an exit or something. The dull sound is close. It is an exit. Is this the way I came? I don't think it is. It could be. Oh, maybe it is, because I did look at symbols first. Well, I don't think I get to stay down here much longer anyway. Oh, it's a torrent of water. I don't get to check. It's a torrent of water. Something clicked. And something seemed to move toward me, and then gradually I got overwhelmed and washed out of there. But yeah, I found a few more plates. Relic silver. A silver coin used in a civilization about 3,000 years ago. A maniac will buy it for a high price. I wonder who that could be. Likewise, relic copper. Got spooky, icicle, iron, and flame plates. I have, what, 6 plates total now? I found 4 of them in there. What does Arceus have to do with this ancient civilization? Again, probably nothing that Game Freak actually specifically decided, but cool little tease at hidden lore. And hey, that's 2 ancient buried ruins in Unova. One, like, sort of in the west. It's kind of central, but it's a little bit in the west. Buried in sand, and one in the east, buried in water. So many hidden stories, never told. Let's go in through another diving spot. Does this take me to a different entrance to the ruins, or is it the same? I don't know. Click. Ooh, looks different. The path went to the right last time. Maybe each of the diving spots in that square formation goes to a different side of the ruins. That would make sense. Now, wouldn't it? Skyplate. I understand them doing Legends game in Kalos next. Lumios City is a cool setting to explore some more. And Kalos always felt kind of incomplete because they canceled Zed, or whatever they were going to do. So it's kind of about time they picked that one back up. But certainly, some of this area is looking familiar. Like maybe the items I couldn't get to earlier, although then what about this one? But if they keep making more Legends games, there are a lot of things that could explore further in Unova. It could be a lot of fun. And places like the Relic Castle and the Abyssal Ruins, I don't know if they even would get much attention, but they're certainly not... Oh, Relic Vase. That's different. That's not a coin. You know, certainly you could do the story of Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem, Relic Gold. The old dragon. That's the most obvious thing, but there's so much more you could do instead. Probably not instead, because why? You know, everyone would be, all the fans would be expecting the dragon lore, but you could at least tell a different story about them. We know Reshiram and Zekrom have become active at other times. If you don't want to revisit the original dragon, that probably is what they should do if they do a Legends game in Unova, but they have other options. But also, there's so many other things you could build into it as well. You could explore the lore of Landorus and friends, if you want. Or Cobalion and friends. Or get a statue. Or, yeah, odd places like the Abyssal Ruins, the Relic Castle, the Moor of Osiris. I guess that probably would go with Cobalion and friends. Many options. There's the vase. I got 2 plates in that one. My bag is filling up with all this stuff. I am going to do the other 2 diving spots, obviously, since the diving spots seem to take me to different entrances, I assume on different sides of the structure. 4 diving spots, 1 for each side would make sense. Now I know I have to go forward, or else I'll just be sent back to the surface if I just sit there like I did the first time. It does look like there's only room for 1 entrance, actually, but this is definitely not either of the 2 entrances I went to before. Maybe there are different ruin sites. I don't know. I was assuming I was in the same structure every time, but what if I'm not? Stone plate? Oh. The dull sound. I was wondering why I couldn't pick up this item. It was just the dull sound. I swear it felt like it took longer to start up the first time, but I think that's just my perception of time messing with me, right? Exploring something for the first time, everything kind of feels like it moves a little more slowly. Item down there, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh, nope, I go in that way, that's for sure. Uh-oh. A lot of paths around here. I'm not making the most of my steps. And that torrent of water is coming. Mine plate. Really had to go out of my way for that one. Dull sound is close. Can I outrun it? Ah! Nope. Alright, one more. Activating the mind plate like it'll help you ward off wild Pokemon. Activating a max repel like it will help me ward off wild Pokemon. Now these gulls around here mean business. This is a level 55 Wingull. That's crazy. I've been trading this Swada for so long, and its level doesn't start with a 5. Lub. Like how Dive just kind of sinks you into the water. Also kind of neat that Dive made a comeback in these games at all. They didn't do a huge amount with it, it's just this area. Which is an interesting little mysterious area, but this looks a lot like the first spot. Maybe it is and I goofed up somehow, I don't know. Uh-oh. But yeah, Dive is cool. Exploring underwater is cool. I guess Hoenn was kind of the best region for it. But neat that they brought it back a little bit in Unova for an eerie, mysterious place like this. Am I just going backwards? Nope, because there's the zap plate. Can I find a second plate? I've gotten at least 2 every trip so far. This is the exit. Ugh. This is back the way I came. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Where am I? It's a torrent of water! I didn't realize it was that close. I wasn't paying attention to that. Like how the screen goes blue as the torrent of water arrives. Yeah, didn't get much out of that one. Just as that plate. Well, that was the Abyssal Ruins. I'll try to remember to look up what the writing on some of the walls means, because it definitely has been translated. Let's stock back up on max repels. I'll just go up to 30. Get a heal. Go see if Mr. Rich will buy some of the artifacts I found, and then keep Ottawa in the party for now because I'll definitely need Waterfall in the next area. And we can proceed. Waterfall and maybe even Cut. Not sure. The Pampor is proving to be a very handy HM user. Villa definitely has like other floors that we never even see. This thing's crazy. Yeah, he certainly will buy. $10,000. Alright. I'm gonna keep the statue, I think, as a keepsake. I have a feeling he'd give me even more for that, but I don't need the money that much. Let's hold on to a little souvenir of my exploration, yeah? Whoa, 50,000 for the relic vase. Okay, the statue probably gets a crazy price. Maybe I should hold on to a copper as a keepsake. Like I said, I don't need the money that much, do I? Only 1,000 for a copper. I guess that's fair. But yeah, maybe I'll just collect the statue for myself. He'd probably give me like 100,000 for it, but whatever. Imagine what I could do with that money, though. Probably just buy more full restores or something. Let's be honest. Lozandela Town. Now we head into a noticeably foggy looking Route 14. Where we encounter a Driftblim. I don't do Dupe's Claws, but honestly I can't be bothered to catch a second Driftblim that I also won't train. So we're gonna run from this one. An expert fisherman can time many things perfectly and precisely. By hurrying up slowly, or whatever that other guy said. Teach me your secrets, Sid. Alright, I can surf this. I don't think it gets water absorbed. And it certainly is a ground type. Yeah. Whiskash? Look at that silly guy. A little bit stronger than Barboach, but also surf. A good surf target. Oh, not that good. A surf target. Alright, let's pick on that double weakness, shall we? Still get signed back to level 50 here, which is good. Might as well get back to full before we see what other Pokemon this guy has. Oh, never mind, not full. But hey, as close as possible. Carvana. I'm gonna Giga Drain that to avoid getting rough skin damage. Taking rough skin damage. I think I was starting to say avoid getting rough skinned, and then that sounded weird in my head. And is his last Pokemon a Sharpedo? I think he has another one, right? Corphish. Alright. Well, now I might as well save my Giga Drain PP. Corphish is kind of a funny little creature, too. But it's no Whiscash. Whiscash looked very silly in this battle screen. In the best possible way, of course. You! It's impressive that you have a Super Rod. Okay, probably you know, but I will tell you how to use it. First, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Looker taught me that. Looker, of all people, taught me that already. And it was a more interesting listen than this guy. On a bridge, fighting trainers. It's a perfect picture. Okay, weird energy, but you can have a point. Primate. Big angry guy. Uh-oh. Well, it's locked into that now, because Thrash works like Outrage. It's a shame another Air Slash would KO, but instead I go normal resist here. Already confused due to fatigue. It's faster, but it hits itself. That's good. Probably would have just wiped me out with a cross chop or something. Crafty. That's weak to fighting. If I get the attack off. Oh, it's going for Focus Punch, so I will get the attack off and it won't even do anything this turn. Nice. Remember Focus Punch? That was a funny move in, like, Gen 3 Smogon singles. People would run it on, like, Tyranitar and some random stuff. Even Gengar, I think, ran Focus Punch sometimes, just to break through Blissey. I can Grass type this, surely. Because Focus Punch is very powerful. And if you predict correctly, or you more likely use it behind a substitute, you can make sure you get the attack off and blow that Blissey up when it switches in or whatever. Remember Dynamic Punch Machamp? My opinion doesn't matter because I haven't played Diamond and Pearl OU in a long time, but I don't think they should have banned it. Honestly, purely because I don't think they should ever ban things in past gens. I think past gens should basically be frozen in time so people can play them as they were back then. But I know that's an unpopular opinion, and I don't play those formats anymore anyway, so who cares what I think? On a bridge, a sentimental trainer after his defeat. This is also a good, tragic picture. Alright, I like that guy. But we move on now. You are the 99th person that I have greeted this way. Let's have a Pokemon battle. Does that mean at some point she said to someone, "You are the first person that I have greeted this way. And you are the second person that I have greeted." Nummel? You Pokemon? Absolutely gonna drop to the Surf. And I'm all for that. Nummel is one of those classic memorable cries too. Oh, and that was her only Pokemon. Whatever she says now, she probably also has said to about 98 people before me, if that was her only Pokemon. If we could greet anyone in the world with "Let's have a Pokemon battle," that would be wonderful. Never mind. Neutral statement. Do you understand why trainers and Pokemon are together? Oh, alright. Let's put the themes of this game right in my nose again. What have you got for me? A battle. Okay. Uh-oh. This Ace Trainer might be a little bit more serious than some of the others I've been running into around here. That's funny how everybody has levels in the 60s, but still there's a real disparity between the caliber of trainers, even with those fairly flat levels. But they just have so many Pokemon to choose from, right? Because we're mixing in all 4 past generations here. Please don't paralyze. Oh, hey, that actually worked. Oh, it's faster. Purugly is surprisingly fast. I do remember that from back when it was honestly a more relevant Pokemon. I think its only appearance on the Switch was in Legends Arceus, right? At least so far. Maybe it'll be in Legends ZA. I could see it fitting into Lumia City reasonably well. But it's definitely one of those Pokemon that have kind of been neglected over the years. Unlike awesome, wonderful Generation 1 Superstar Lapras here. Great Pokemon. Looks good in Gen 5 sprite form. Weak to fighting, but still took 2 Sacred Swords there and KO'd back. Oops. Well, what can you do? Try to snipe this experience for Steinbach. Perfect. Lapras can learn Ice Shard, so I guess that was a little bit risky. Apart from also the 5% chance of Air Slash missing. The last Pokemon is Espeon. I love Espeon. Look at that tail go. Don't strictly understand what's going on there, but maybe I sort of get the rough idea. I guess I could have switched out to my Crocodile there, and I just kind of forgot that it's out of the PC now. Oh well. We can crunch this now. I'll go back to Undella Town and heal anyway before moving on to the next area. Psych Up. I guess that gets rid of the attack drop. Not sure what she's doing with the attack stat, but maybe her only attack into Crocodile is... Oh, she has Last Resort. That's actually a good answer. But she definitely has another move she hasn't used yet. I thought maybe she's going to go for Quick Attack or something. Last Resort wouldn't be bad, except you have a third move you didn't use yet. Psychic, Psych Up, something, Last Resort. With a friend, you laugh twice for happy things and you cry half for sad ones. That is the joy of living with Pokemon. Aww. Easing each other's burdens and sharing in good moments together? Yeah. Sounds about right. Still thinking about whether I'll split this episode in half. What's convenient is that Champion Sean lines up pretty closely with post-game in old areas versus post-game in new areas as a split. Honestly, I probably won't decide until I get into the editing software and see just how long this whole thing is. And obviously, by the time you're seeing this, you already know what I chose. Repel does nothing. Obviously a wild Jigglypuff is going to be at too high a level. These levels are going up, too. All the more reason that it kind of feels like we're supposed to go this way, right? The levels are going up over time in this direction. They must have gone down over time when I went the other way in, like, all of my other playthroughs. That's an awesome Pokemon. Right, we were not finding things at level 58 up on, like, Route 11. And yet, Sharon or whoever said Black City, and I thought, oh, okay, yeah, I guess I'll go to Black City. And so that was what I did at however old I was when I first played through this. 19. Can you blame me? Got a Reaper Cloth, if anyone wants to evolve a Dusclops. I don't get to waterfall up here. There's gotta be a hidden item here, right? Are you serious? Could be on some random other tile. No? Crazy. Oh, look who it is. Did you remember that there was one of these guys left? Greetings to you, strong Pokemon trainer who came to Dragon Spiral Tower. Are you not making friends with Reshiram? There is a saying, if somewhere in this world there is someone who understands you, it feels like that person is right beside you even if you're as far apart as the end of the land and the top of the sky. Coincidentally, I don't have Reshiram in my party right now. I wonder if his dialogue would be different if I did. Probably not. In a newer game, I would expect that. As my Lord N and his Pokemon understand one another, so too do you and your Pokemon understand one another, which is my reason for giving you this. Bulk up. Yeah, some decent TMs from the sages. The Legend of Unova is about Pokemon and people working together to build a new world. The message is that simple and that strong. If changing the world makes you a hero, anyone can become a hero. As each of us changes what is in our power to change, so the world itself changes. Regarding Team Plasma, I am an officer of the International Police, and you must supply the information I request. Man, Looker's been keeping tabs on me for quite a while, huh? There's a real gap between the previous sage and this guy. I went and fought monsters and stuff. Where were you, Looker? Monsters like Kyurem and Sean. Indeed I shall. Team Plasma changed me, but it could not change the world. I'm looking forward to seeing how you lot will do. Surely Team Plasma changed the world a little bit, right? I mean, Giallo was just talking about how each person changes what's in our power, and that changes the world. Some of Team Plasma popped back up, doing actual good in Black 2 and White 2, drawing the inspiration from their previous work. And N's still out there, who knows what that guy might do. Feels like Giallo made a good point and then missed his own point a little bit. Some of Team Plasma are in fact brought back into harmony with the rest of us, cooperating together to make the world better. Not in this game, but wait 2 years and you'll start to see it. I thank you extremely. Curiously, Black, there is a topic on which we must speak. A report has reached my ears of someone far from here. Indeed, this someone has spotted a person like N and a dragon Pokemon. I depart to substantiate the substance of this information. Until next time, I say cheers to you. In other words, Looker has now left Unova. We found 6 of the 7 sages. We will not be finding Getsus. He could be anywhere. But know where I'm gonna go. My Pokemon climbed many mountains and built up their physiques, says this guy. Hiker Jebediah, who has no connection to the 7 sages, and probably is puzzled as to what was going on over there. So he's got a cool little Pokemon there, Hippopotas. I guess Hippopotas is not really that little, but cute guy. Look at those eyes go. Little googly eyes on top of it. This is getting a special defense boost from the sand, and it's bulky, and it'll hit back with like Power Gem or something, so I'm gonna do this. And I don't think I've clicked this button yet. You might have forgotten I have it. Found that TM somewhere. I've forgotten where. Was it in Challenger's Cave? I don't know. Sure have played a lot of this game in the last in the last few days. Alright, there goes Mustache Guy. I guess it's nose hair, not a mustache. You know what? I prefer to think of it as a mustache. And let's go back to Steinbach for this. Dodge a blizzard. None of these NPCs have strong enough convictions to land their blizzards. That's been consistent, thankfully. Never mind. Oops. Shouldn't have said that. Oh well, we'll still beat the Piloswine here. With the Pokemon move Waterfall, a Pokemon can climb a waterfall. There is no move called Mountain Fall. Well, there's Rock Climb. You can use that to climb rocks, but not in this game. You can use Dive to go diving in diving spots as long as you're able to dive. If I battle until I win, I will never ultimately lose. Hey, that's like the opposite of what I do in most of my VGC videos, where I usually end on a loss because I play until 3 losses. I'm reconsidering now whether I want to keep doing that. It's kind of arbitrary. The reason I started doing it in the first place was just that that's often how I play on the in-game ladder when I'm just getting some practice or something. Or not even practice, when I'm just trying to get to Master Ball. To avoid tilt, I just stop for the day as soon as I take 3 losses, and then go back the next day. So I started doing that in my videos too, but I've started to think about whether I should sort of standardize how long they are more, like play approximately 5 games in each one or something. I don't know. There are a few things I do on this channel that I'm thinking about changing as we head into the next VGC season, but I have no idea whether I will. Absol into Dodrio. Cool team so far. And yeah, level 68. Definitely getting stronger compared to the northern part of the post-game area. And yet, once again, this is where I went through first in most of my playthroughs. Almost certainly, now that I think about it, because somebody said something about going to Black City, and I thought, I guess that's the next place to go. But the more I play through this, the more it feels like this really was set up. Walreign's an awesome Pokemon. This really was set up so that you complete the loop from Opalucid back down to Nimbasa. And I don't know, let me know in the comments what you did in your first playthrough, because maybe a lot of players did think, yeah, I complete the loop. That's what's next. Instead of what I did. I'm gonna try to Focus Blast this. I'm going back to the Pokemon Center next anyway. Let's gamble a little. I'm gonna click this Focus Blast in a little bit, and here we go. St. John's remembered how to aim. St. John's found strength and conviction or whatever, and there goes the Walrein. I do like that I've given myself these big Focus Blast and Hyper Beam buttons. I'm having fun with them, at least. I hope you are too. The more I rise up, the stronger my mind goes. That's why I thank you for each round that I lost. And that guy will keep playing until he wins. I guess he does risk tilt his way, but ending on a high note is not a bad thing. That's not something I'm thinking about for my VGC videos. Play until... I mean, if I'm using a really atrocious team, like that Cosmo M1 that's definitely gone up by now, then play until I win is just the actual goal. But... But I have started to feel a tiny bit weird about the fact that playing until 3 losses means that unless I bend the format, I'm usually ending on a loss. And I feel like I might want to get more consistent about how many games I play or how long the videos are or something like that instead. Like I said, instead of just porting over what I do off recording in my own line-ring sessions. I don't know, maybe there's something authentic, though, about bringing the way that I was already playing the game without making content of it to my videos in a way. I'm just spitballing here. There are no decisions made yet. I guess it will be the new season by the time this goes up, so maybe I will have made decisions by the time anyone sees this. Who knows? I really have no idea what my content is going to look like after August. There might be less of it. I'm probably spending too much time on it these days. And I might want to do something about that. That's a thing to think about, but not yet decided as well. Who knows what the channel looks like by the time you see this? Who knows when you see this? It might be the episode right after the showdown with N, or I might have split it in 2. Anyway, here's the Abundant Shrine. I think there's some neat wild Pokemon around here. I'm looking forward to this encounter. Gonna need a repel to wear off, I guess. Oh, a trainer. Let's compare whose Pokemon are stronger. Alright, let's. Youngster Wes. Okay, well I have a suspicion as to what the answer is. But hey, good practice for Steinbach, who is somewhat behind some of the others on the team. Look at that Pineco hopping up and down like Brox did in the anime. It is sturdy, of course. If you thought that Air Slash would KO. Nope. Save a bit of PP here. Not like the defense boost matters when it's a 1 HP. Oh yeah, is this. Bunch of early bugs from other games and then a Scolipede, as if this is a kid from Unova who's just started to explore this area and catch a wider variety of Pokemon. I don't know that that's the intention, but it kind of comes across that way. Steamroller is a move that I would probably not remember, except that Golem can learn it in some generations, so Golem just kind of randomly has bug coverage. Honestly, I don't really remember what Steamroller does except physical damage. I just remember it for that. Here's a cute little Spoder. Ooh, Masquerain. I did not remember I'd be running into one of those. The Draft League mascot. Gonna have to deal with that. And I think there's a trainer around here also who has, like, Weedle, Ledyba, Leavanny. I don't know what it would be instead of Masquerain then, but I think there is a trainer who... Oh, by the way, Silverwind Omni Boost. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm still faster. Good. That was scary. Oh no! But I don't KO anymore! Oh no, the Silverwind was enough for it to defeat Steinbach. You can handle this, right? Surely. Let's try to land a Focus Blast into this Masquerain, because I've been recording for like 2 hours and I'm feeling silly. It worked. 70% accurate, double resisted, no problem. Bye. You won, your Pokemon are awesome, that's for sure. Actually, people around here might be a little freaked out to see a Tornadus, because, you know, I scrape my legs a lot because I'm wearing shorts, but I'm fine. My Pokemon lick the scraped parts, okay? I don't want to run back and heal just yet. That's a lot of running back and healing. Also, I'm going to move Toronto at the front of the party because I still have to get an encounter here. And I think there are some pretty cool Pokemon in this area. But yeah, considering that this area is the Shrine to Landorus zone, you think people might be a little bit more disturbed to see Tornadus popping up? Alright, let's go talk to this kid. Oh, now it wears off. Eek! Hey, don't sneak up on me like that! Well, look, you're a trainer. We have to battle. What was I supposed to do? Last Lurleen sent out Horsey. I will Giga Drain that so as to not get poison pointed. Horsey's cute. Ponyta. Good Gen 5 sprite. Look at that tail flickering. And of course I have just the thing for this matchup. I guess Intimidate could be valuable at the league too. There were a couple points where Charlottetown was close to losing her spot on the team, but Dark typing is so good into 3/4 of the Elite Four, right? Because obviously Ghost and Psychic are weak to it, and then Dark, you at least resist that stab of theirs. And of course we know everybody clicks Dark type attacks into Crocodile for some reason. And then Intimidate could also be valuable, even coming from an under-leveled Pokemon. Sunkern. cute, not very strong. I'm just gonna try to beat it with my crocodile. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. Ah, I lost again. Cool team. What was it? Sunkern, Ponyta, and Horsey. Not the strongest Pokemon, but good group. I like them. I was writing this and that on the wall. Oh, I will never show you because it's my secret. Okay, well you better stand there forever then to keep it hidden. I'm sorry, I can't. I thought I was gonna fly like a Vulpix or something. I can't be bothered to catch Cottony right now. There's my Abundant Shrine encounter. Flamethrower, that's a good TM. I think the only Pokemon on my team that might want it is the Reshiram that's not here right now, and I think I'd rather keep Fusion Flare because big flashy signature move. The Flamethrower is very nearly as strong with a lot more PP, so it is probably the better choice. I just think I'll keep Fusion Flare for style points, you know? I got tired of Pokemon battles with the same people, so I want to have a battle with you. Alright, yeah, I'm passing through. This is your chance. Burmy. I could Flamethrower that if I had a Pokemon for it. But hey, is Steinbach unconscious? This is your chance, St. John's. You haven't been getting a lot of battles lately. Let's see what you can do with that passive experience you've been getting. Hidden Power. Resisted, so Bug, Grass, or Fighting type. Did I miss any? Bug, Grass, or Fighting, I think. Maybe your Bug type is Hidden Power Bug, I don't know. Sawsbuck. That's a stronger... I was gonna say a stronger Grass type. Of course, that Burmy is not a Grass type. Burmy is pure Bug. It's just the cloak changes what Wormadam type it evolves into. Winter form Sawsbuck. Pretty good. You do see that snowy mountain vibe that that scientist talked about in his design. I never thought about it that way before, but he's right. And finally, Tangela. Silly Gen 1 Mon. Let's see how it takes an Air Slash. Not very well. Sludge Bomb is kind of a funny move to have on Tornadus because it's only super effective into grass types in this game and already have Flying Stab. I guess I could have dropped it for Crunch, but I didn't want to. If Tornadus learns Dark Pulse, which I think it does by level up at some point, I just don't know whether we'll get there, then I'd be happy to drop Sludge Bomb for that. The Pokemon called Burmy can change their forms depending on where they battle. Isn't that great? It is kind of a neat gimmick, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big Burmy fan, but it is the cloak thing is kind of cool. This is our playground. Great Landorus, watch out for us. Can I meet Great Landorus? I know the answer to that, unfortunately. Yanma. Maybe there is not another trainer with 5 bugs. I thought there was. But I'm running out of room to find them. Anyway, here's something for your Great Landorus to chew on. If I'd caught Kyurem, I would have put that on the team, but as you saw, failed to catch Kyurem. Someone else will have to try again in 2 years or something. You know, hypothetically. Leddyba. So here is a trainer with a Leddyba. But not the trainer I thought I'd find with a Leddyba. Here's an Ninjask. Guy is doing the old gen bug types thing, but yeah, he only has 3. Wahaha! Wah! Great Landorus. Is it a strong and kind Pokemon? I feel like there have been times that I came here for the first time in a playthrough and this interaction didn't happen. And I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know what specifically triggers it, or whether it happens every time and I'm misremembering. Hang on. I'm gonna get my phone out. I'm gonna make a list of things to look up. Challenger's Cave lore. Huram. My phone autocorrected it to kitten. Huram Meteor. Abyssal Ruins. Illegal. Wormadam moveset. Abundant. Shrine. Dialogue. I think there is even something else, but whatever. If you wreck Great Landorus's little shrine, it'll cause a big bad storm. That's not true! The Pokemon that brings bad windstorms is a different Pokemon! No, silly, you've got it wrong. They're running around hiding behind me for some reason. This is a shrine for Great Landorus. It punished Pokemon that did a bad thing. If you wreck the shrine, it can't punish that stormy Pokemon if it comes back. But that doesn't make any sense. If a Pokemon is a bad thing, Great Landorus will come help us, whether it has a shrine or not. You're the silly one. And then runs off for some reason. No, you're silly. Hey, wait! Maybe I'm too far removed from being a kid to remember what was going on with all the running and ducking behind me there. They're being silly, I guess, is the answer. That answer works for me. This little shrine is dedicated to a Pokemon called Landorus. They say that when Tornadus and Thunderous were whipping up storms that damaged houses and fields all over the Unova region, Landorus made them stop. That's a story from way long ago when my grandpa was a little boy. So if Tornadus and Thunderous come back again, Great Landorus may come back. That's what my grandpa told me. So those two were being silly, but that person knew that one knew the true story all along. Small weathered shrine, very Ilex forest. With a forest behind it that I can't explore. Tornadus is here. Pokemon that caused the windstorms, but apparently that's not enough by itself. And I don't have a Thunderous to bring. Trick Room, that's a good TM. Not in a playthrough. Well, maybe in a playthrough, but I won't be using it. Certainly good competitively. Why did I bother? See, I could have got a Noctowl. Oh well. Anyway, this is the closest I'll get to catching Landorus today. Once again, legendary, very nicely tied into the lore of the region. We've got a story, we've got the spot where it went down, we've got an item I didn't manage to find. We've got people's lives influenced by the story and building community around it to an extent and passing the story on. That's how legendary Pokemon should be, yeah? I mean, there are a number of different takes on legendary Pokemon in the series. I'm not saying there's one strictly correct one. I like the Gen 1 legendary birds where they're just super rare, mysterious, powerful Pokemon. I am a sucker for that kind of legendary as well. Calyrex caught me off guard with it just kind of popping up right away, but its storyline about people losing belief in it is okay. And what it did for the community there. Something like Ogerpon is a pretty good take on a legendary. With it being, you know, a creature that's very present, there's not really any mystery around whether it exists. But then the stories around it are sort of a mix of truth and fact that you have to unravel in that storyline. But yeah, something like the way Landorus is treated here, apart from the obvious disappointment that I can't catch it in this playthrough. But that's, of course, to encourage people to buy both games or trade. Gonna Game Freak's good with either one of those. Not a bad little integration of that legend into the region. And now, at long last, People in this city are really something. Be careful, because they'll challenge you if you talk to them. If you want to enjoy vibrant city life, visit Black City. That's right, folks. At long last, it is time for the oh-so-important visit to Black City. The place I surely had to go right away in my first playthrough. Kind of big and empty, huh? A bit odd. Many people come here from White Forest. If you enter White Forest and invite people, they might move here. Yeah, I don't remember how any of that stuff worked. I just let my Black City fade away into irrelevance in my first playthrough. I probably had a brother with white version or something. I remember us connecting our games sometimes, but... yeah, I didn't really do anything with Black City, and I don't really understand how it works. You know what? We'll put that on the list of things to look up as well. Black City. I'm gonna get Montreal back out of the PC, because I think I need strength in the next route. See, I'm thinking ahead here. Did I remember to heal just now? I did. I know in White Forest you can encounter wild Pokemon, but I don't think you can in Black City. And yeah, I think there's a way to build it up through connecting your game to others. Whatever that dude was talking about, but this is... wow, really underwhelming right now. At least in White Forest, I could get some interesting wild encounters. There is nothing here. Alright, that was Black City. Was it worth it? As the residents change, the city also changes. When I look at changes for a while, the city looks like a gigantic creature. I would say it's in decline right now. I would not say that the natural chaos of communities forming and people changing the world in their own little ways all the time is being friendly to Black City right now. I would not say it's working out well for them. I would not say that it's a place to enjoy vibrant city life. But there it is. Enough said about that. People who yearn for hustle and bustle often move to Black City. Are we looking at this? Okay. Are we looking? Are you... 15. Is this Italian? I'm not going to try to read it. I don't know any Italian, but I think he's saying something about being drawn to the mountain. That's usually what hikers are saying. And we faced a hippopotamus earlier, now we get the big grown-up Hippowdon. And levels are back down. Levels back down to 63. Is it just like that Route 14 area, Undella Town area? Wait. I've been acting like Game Freak expected players to complete the loop and go Route 11 down to Route 15. What if actually the level jump is just in the middle? So that whichever route you take, you start off with it not being so bad, but then you get to experience it later. All this speculating I've been doing about which way did Game Freak intend us to go, while acknowledging all along that probably they didn't feel that strongly about it, or else they could have designed it differently. But yeah, maybe they really did just design the level curve so that either way would work. The Abundant Shrine kids had some pretty weak Pokemon too, but then, I mean, there was an Ace Trainer with like level 68 nonsense just outside of there, so I don't know what they were cooking. Anyway, the Sonics didn't have Sturdy. I thought it would. But, nope, lucky me. Let's see if I can land a surf into this Gligar. Gligar is such a funny Pokemon. And it really shines in that Gen 5 sprite. I like Gligar a lot. Goodbye. Might have had Sandvale, but if it did, it didn't activate. This guy's still speaking what I think is Italian. So I'm not getting much out of it, unfortunately. But hey, nice little Easter egg for those who do know Italian. Or if you're playing in Italian, maybe it's an Easter egg in another language. I don't know how they handled that kind of thing. Okay, Transfer Lab, what's that? Hi, hello. You came here. That means you are a visitor? Huh? No? You came all the way here? Ah, you are a trainer. Are you in the middle of your journey? That was actually a question. Ah, are you a trainer? This every sentence she said has been a question so far, except maybe hi, hello. Ah, this is your trainer card? Whoa, what? You? You have all the gym badges? Great, I may be able to. Professor Park! Quick! Imagine coming here without all the gym badges. There was just like some silly obstruction on the road, right? I can't remember what it was, but it was one of the pretty weak excuse Game Freak roadblocks of this era of Pokemon games. So normally people would just be able to come here. And suddenly, again, I don't think we can take the level jump too literally. I think levels are a contrivance in Pokemon games, and my headcanon for a long time has been that they don't really literally exist, at least in such a specific quantifiable form in universe. It's just a tool that makes the game mechanics actually work. But imagine you've just gotten your 4th badge, or maybe you're getting some training in before you challenge Elisa, and suddenly a hiker pops up speaking Italian and throws a Hippowdon at you. Oh, there you are. Professor! Do you have a minute? I think you do. Listen, this kid is a trainer who has all the gym badges. All of them. I'm sure this trainer can operate it. She ran off like a few steps and then went, "Where'd you go? Oh, there you are." What a silly character. I have told you many times, this invention is great indeed, but without a professional trainer. What? You have the gym badges? Here, I'm gonna try that one again. What? You have the gym badges? All of them? Fantastic! Fantastico! Yahoo! He does a little spin and jumps up and down. I love these two. What a great day! Great! Unbelievable! Hi, I am Professor Andrew Park. Wonder why his name is Andrew. You, Black. Black, are you willing to participate in an ambitious experiment that will make history? This device is called the Poke Transfer. It connects blah blah blah, called DS system. Meanwhile, blah blah of molecules, and then, while evoking blah blah, ergo, energy particles will blah blah, and if the frequency, as you see with faraway Pokemon, the alpha waves, blah blah, following which, reach convergence, blah blah, spectacular results. Kinda sounds like he's teleporting the Pokemon into this game, doesn't it? I don't know. I'm sure it's meant to be technobabble nonsense. I shouldn't think too hard about it. To put it more simply, if you use this device, you may be able to bring Pokemon here from other regions, but just for safety's sake, the Pokemon you're transferring shouldn't be holding anything, so make sure to take their items first. So, you are a fantastic Pokemon trainer. Will you participate in the great experiment of the century? You need 2 DS systems to use Poke Transfer. We will conduct the experiment with another DS. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, but just remember, muy importante. Once you bring a Pokemon here, you can't send it back. Do you still want to do it? Yes. DS wireless communications will be launched. No, I'm just kidding. I can't do that. If you decide you want to play with Poke Transfer sometime, you're welcome to come back and ask me. Is it bad that this guy was so excited and I let him on like that? Poor Andrew Park. I assume his name is Park because the Gen 4 transfer method was at a location called... What was it called? Was it called Pal Park? It was something Park. That probably carries over. I don't know why they named him Andrew, though. Nah, I got nothing. Yeah, so this was a silly little Pokemon transfer mechanic. You use that little crossbow to launch balls at the Pokemon and catch them in the balls, and then they're brought over. Teleported from another world, I suppose. Hey, Le Trainer Fantastique. Nah, sorry, can't help you, bro. Your Pokemon can't be holding items when you transfer them. It's safer that way. In rare cases, there are Pokemon that cannot be transferred, but Professor Park will explain it to you. Yeah, I ran into that, actually. I used the Void glitch in Gen 4 to catch Darkrai in Pearl. I did this years after it was discovered. It actually, honestly, it took me a while just to get the bike movement right, but if you don't know in Diamond and Pearl, there are certain areas where they're basically loading screens for different map tiles. You can mess them up by riding the bike rapidly in those areas, and the map will load incorrectly, and you can go into the void between walls and stuff. And people, somehow, mapped out how to get to forbidden areas. Areas that are supposed to be inaccessible, like New Moon Island, without the, doing the event for it. Flower Paradise. And whatnot. And so, yeah, I caught a Darkrai in Pearl that way. And then I tried to transfer it all the way up, but I think I actually did get it to black. I think I'm misremembering. I think I did get Darkrai to black, but then I couldn't send it to Pokemon Bank to get it to Gen 6. But yeah, it was stopped somehow because, you know, I didn't use any external devices to catch that Darkrai. I exploited a bug in-game, but it was strictly in-game. But you're not supposed to be able to do that, so it was flagged as an illegitimate Pokemon. And that Darkrai, I think, is just sitting... Yeah. Well, it only got as far as black. But actually, I remembered mid-story that I think I was able to transfer it up to here, so it was not an ineligible Pokemon. But I guess if you had hacked a Pokemon enough that the game caught it, then you wouldn't be able to do that. Or is there anything else? Oh, I think you couldn't send, like, spiky-eared Pichu up, right? I never had that anyway. But there were a couple of, like, weird Gen 4 Pichu variants and stuff that I think are locked to those games. That's probably what it's really referring to. I don't think they're acknowledging hacked Pokemon in-game. But yeah, like spiky-eared Pichu can't transfer, I think. Maybe they even have a lore explanation, right? Because spiky-eared Pichu, its story is that it's like affected by time travel because it traveled with Celebi or something, right? So maybe there's something about it because of the time travel effect on it that altered its body such that it can't safely use the Poké Transporter. I don't know. I don't have one, so I've never tried to transfer one. But maybe they would have a lore explanation ready to go with Professor Park throwing in some blah blah blahs to gloss over the details. With this research of mine, I also want to have an impact on people in the future. People living 100 or 200 years from now. Whoa. Well, I will say, this has had an influence on people in the future, alright. I have Pokemon in Pokemon Home that I could bring to Paldea right now if I want, that I transferred up through here. You know, I still have my original Sceptile from Sapphire version, and my original Latias and Kyogre and whatnot. I don't know about 100 or 200 years, but and I won't be around 200 years from now to see, but certainly you're having an impact on the future so far. Here we are monitoring Poké Transfer. We keep a careful eye to make sure all the Pokemon have safe travels. That's what all these lines are, I suppose, huh? Except you don't have anybody testing your thing. Sorry, you can't help with that. Poké Transfer Lab. What's Poké Transfer? Come find out. I sure did. Now this could take me to the beginning of the route. Obviously we're going to take the detour down there. Obviously. By any chance, have you caught a Pokemon called Ditto? I'd be very happy if you would trade my Rotom for your Ditto. I'd love to, but I don't have a Ditto. I would definitely take that trade, though. Rotom's cool. And I think I found where I can change its form, right? Down in Shopping Mall 9. In that, like, back room of Shopping Mall 9. I will unveil my Pokemon to you. They are the best in the world. Okay, bro. Unveil away. Wow, a Gulpin. I do like Gulpin, but best in the world seems a little much. But I guess this specific Gulpin is in the top percentage of Gulpin. That's probably what this guy would tell me. Oh, went straight for Gunk Shot. Maybe this is a top percentage Gulpin. Uh-oh. Well. Grifloon? Cute. I could Rock Slide to avoid Aftermath, but I don't care. Contact move is fine. It's accurate and it'll KO. Didn't have Aftermath anyway. Feel absolutely adorable. I've been calling a lot of Pokemon cute in this post game, but I remember I was participating in a discussion on a forum when Gen 6 was coming out that was asking about our existing Pokemon memories and opinions as we headed into the new generation, and Spheal was my pick for cutest Pokemon in the game. And all these years later, I stand by it. I don't think there's a cuter Pokemon than Spheal. Feels bad to have to knock it out. But that is what the game demands of me right now. And yeah, these trainers are definitely a step down from the last route. So I guess it is meant to be relatively friendly, such as it is in this post-game, to approaching from either direction before ramping up around the middle. Oh! Dear. Well, no messing around with inaccurate attacks then. Elliot Cone Parish. Crazy. He just went right for it. This is the last Pokemon too, it's a losing play. But he did just go for it. He doesn't even have a trap. I could just switch out at the end and win on his own Parish Song, but no need. Elliot Cone Parish needs to work on his advanced techniques, I think. Listen, my love for my Pokemon is the best in the world. Nobody can beat it. Okay, I made fun of him, but I appreciate the energy, actually. I respect it, for sure. I'll go heal after the route. I'm getting tired of healing so much. I believe this is my encounter for this route, though. Hold on a moment. Let me have this Gligar, please. If I catch this, I am tempted to train it, but I don't think I will, because it's at kind of a low level for this point in the game and not a dark type. If I didn't add the Claydol to my team, I don't think Gligar quite makes the cut either, but it would be cool. Of course, I'd have to catch it first anyway, so let's see how that goes. Probably the last catch of the playthrough, huh? Well, it's a good one. It glides as if sliding. It startles foes by clamping onto their faces, then jabs with its poison stinger. Might be the last catch of the playthrough. Can't think of anything else yet to get. And this feels kind of fitting anyway. I name you Dartmouth. I have a Razor. I just got a Razor Fang a little earlier. It's the next item in my bag after the repels. So I could evolve that Gligar. The option exists. Yoo-hoo Pokemon. Yoo-hoo Pokemon. Yoo-hoo, are you a trainer? Pretty so weird out here. The option exists to evolve that Gligar. Dartmouth the Gligar. It could be done. But, like I said, kind of low. There's an Altaria. You can go straight for Parish Song. Like I said, kind of low level for here, not a dark type, so if I don't already have Claydol on my team. Apologies to Gligar, you arrived just a little too late. Sacred Sword ignores defense boost, but this is a flying type. So how about I just boost up alongside it? I know mine's slower, but what are you doing back in the meantime? Oh! Cotton Guard and Dragon Dance. Alright, that is a cool attack for some NPC out in the wilderness. Neat. Iron Head's still not doing much damage. We're both a +6, I believe, but I would like the damage to add up some more before this thing starts throwing, I don't know, a sky attack at me or something. Okay, crit will do. That's the risk of defense boosting game plans, I guess. Though I do enjoy them. That can always happen. Look at Abomasnow. It looks so scary in this sprite. I don't know why its eyes are so purple, but... that does not look like something you want to run into way in the far north of Sinnoh. That was awesome. Too bad it's a +6 attack Cobalion, so it wasn't actually that threatening. I just looked up Abomasnow's official art on my phone. Its eyes actually are very purple. I just never noticed all this time. The things I'm learning in this playthrough. Abomasnow's eyes are super purple. How did I never notice that? I'm making so many discoveries. I feel like I'm a Pokemon scientist out here at the transfer lab. Those are some purple eyes. All the way back in its Gen 4 sprites, too. Straight through to its models now, and I already mentioned its official art, and yes, Mega Abomasnow has them too. I will give you this as a sign of my respect for your toughness. That's a citrus berry. I am checking to see whether Pokemon that came from other regions by Poketransfer have escaped. Oh, I think they might have. You wouldn't believe what I just caught here. I will battle with you, but you must relax your shoulders, because you need to relax to show your ability. Okay? Although again, who is transferring Pokemon when I'm not doing it, and they seemed desperate to find anyone when I arrived? That seems like a little bit of a plot hole, does it not? Oh. No Intimidate? Back when Hitmontop was pretty consistently depicted bouncing on its head. That one was a little bit jarring in X and Y, if I'm being honest. This one a little bit too focused on protection moves. Yeah, you have to do damage too. I guess I'll go for Coil next. Partly to cover for Detect, but also because the next Leaf Blade probably doesn't KO. Didn't detect. Maybe it will this time and still waste the Leaf Blade power point. No big deal if it does. But yeah, I should KO now. Which is the other thing the main thing I was going for, really. Goodbye. Back up to full, because that Hitmontop never did any damage. Let's see how this takes a +1 Leaf Blade. And we can see Superior is now that the level is somewhat close, again, consistently faster than a lot of these NPC Pokemon. Uh-oh. Fighting type attack that does extra damage at low HP, that's not good. Okay, it's fine. I could have been pretty badly messed up by my own Coil there, but nah, I didn't do too much. Goodbye, Metachan. Extra 5 could come in handy. Oh, there's still another trainer? I did not remember that. What's wrong, Pokemon Trainer? Are you lost in your journey? No. In your life? At times like that, if you fight, you'll know. I don't think I'm lost in my in-game life. But are you telling me I should be fighting in my real life? Alright, I'm listening. Tell me more. After I deal with this Marowak and whatever your other Pokemon is. Superior, you know, it has typical grass-type starter issues through a lot of the base game, especially with the Bug Gym being such an issue, but it does kind of feast on all these ground and water-type Pokemon in some of these post-game areas, huh? If you started with Snivy but then ditched it from your party during the mid-game struggles, you missed out. This is a bit trickier to deal with. Let's X-scissor it. Alright, X-scissor. Go. It didn't KO? That's crazy. Executor's so good, I guess. Should've listened to Wolf Glick. Eggy, eggy, eggy. And whatever else he said about it. Life itself is a journey, and it's natural to get lost sometimes. Some truths you can find only when you get lost. That's reassuring and didn't say anything about fighting. Probably afford to find some more truths, but we'll see what happens. And for you, the viewer, none of your business anyway. Got an upgrade. I could evolve a Porygon if I wanted. And had the ability to. More importantly. Venoshock, that's a pretty underwhelming TM for this area. But I guess they can't all be hits. We got Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Energy Ball. I was gonna fly to Black City and heal, but let's actually fly somewhere good. That's silly, I have to go to Black City anyway to get back to this route. Oh well, I'll still heal somewhere good. And I might as well get the whole team back together because I don't think I need HMs anymore. Rearrange my Pokemon a little bit, get Stein back in front. And yeah, fly to Black City. One extra little flight. And then one more bridge to see. Honestly, the one I like least, but it's still nice. I decided to find a new Pokemon partner around Route 13. That's cool. I did that too, but it's gonna sit in the PC forever, I think. Oh well. What do people buy from the vending machine? To keep checking on that. This is my life. You good? This is my life. To keep checking on what... Here, let me help you out. Oh, I bought a lemonade. Big spender. They call me Draco Rich. There you go. Study that. Marvelous Bridge is really mind-boggling, so I am taking a rest. Tells us we're in for a big spectacle. What about you? You look like a trainer. Hey you, don't you want to try a triple battle? Yes. I knew she would battle me, and I knew it would be one of these formats. I forgot that it would be triple. This is like the one triple battle in this game, and the one rotation battle in white. I was expecting a rotation battle. I forgot that they mixed them up like that. But this is why I swapped my Pokemon around. Not only to move Steinbach to the front, but also so that these three are all in front and my legendaries are in the back. The ones with the experience share and the one that doesn't really need it. I guess I'm kind of lucky that I got Charlottetown in the middle slot. I think that Intimidate would only have gone into 2 Pokemon if Charlottetown had been on a side. I think that's how it works. So I didn't specifically plan for a triple battle, but it works out just fine. Also, a lot of flying type moves can hit all 3 targets in a triple battle, even on the side. So I could air slash this Alomomola if I wanted. And honestly, I'm not sure I have a better idea. Actually, I do. I'm going to focus on the Beheeyem with these 2 Pokemon. I'll crunch the Beheeyem. If it survives that, the air slash also goes into it, and I think Toronto can handle the Alomomola while the other 2 are working. Helping Hand into presumably Klinklang. I think that's his only valid target. On its own side, at least. Big Giga Drain. Not that big. Oh! Discharge with Telepathy. That's cool, but it will hit the Alomomola, won't it? Helping Hand boosted, no less, but it also knocks out Steinbach. So, all that air slash targeting was for nothing. Does very little to Toronto, but does get a para. Does nothing to Charlottetown. Charlottetown can now crunch the Beheeyem, which did not take discharge damage thanks to its Telepathy ability. It survives the crunch, and air slash would be nice here. I don't get it. It goes for Synchro Noise into Crocodile because people love clicking resisted and immune moves into Crocodile. That's immune twice over. It's a psychic type move, and also I'm not a psychic type. And Synchro Noise only works on Pokemon of the same type. I'll go Halifax here. Only Pokemon in the back that doesn't have an experience share, and ought to nicely shred through that Klinklang. The best move I have for Klinklang otherwise is Earthquake, and I don't want to use that because it hits a partner. Actually, I could use it. I could have used it that first turn. Right, because Steinbach would be immune and Toronto resists. Oh well, the moment's passed. We'll go for Fusion Flare into Klinklang, Crunch into Beheeyem, and a Giga Drain should nicely take out Alomomola now as long as I'm not fully paralyzed. Helping Hand once again. Will the Klinklang get to move? Nope, Halifax is faster. I'm pretty sure that KOs. Yep. No discharge this time. Wouldn't do much into these 3 Pokemon anyway. Maybe they didn't go for it. Sadly, no Lucky Egg boosted experience for Steinbach, but St. John's Gross level 60. We get the crunch into Beheeyem next. Everybody gets a bit of experience, except poor Steinbach. And no full para. Giga Drain will KO the Alomomola. 3 Pokemon defeated in 2 turns. Easy. Halifax levels up. Very nice. By any chance, are you a triple battle genius? You know, maybe I am. Who's to say? They say chance favors the prepared mind. Alright, Marvelous Bridge time. We gotta take an elevator up there. When I say this is the one I like least, that's not really saying much. All the big 5 bridges in Unova are awesome. They're all spectacular. They all bring color to the region. And of course, they all have their own roles, right? Skyo Bridge, 1, it's based on the Brooklyn Bridge, so recognizable real-life thing that a lot of people know, but also it's your first initial connection to the rest of the region, coming from kind of the small out-of-the-way area, straight into the big city, on this turning, perspective-shifting bridge. It's a neat spectacle. It's stuck with me all these years. They're all spectacular. That one is a special place in my heart. Driftvale and Tube Line are both more functional bridges in different ways. They play into sort of the world building of this society. The Driftvale drawbridge opening up for shipping, Tube Line bridge carrying subway trains. Village Bridge is a wonderful, pleasant place where we've spent time in recent memory. Marvelous Bridge is kind of just left being the most grand and spectacular one, which is fine. I do like it, but it doesn't quite charm me like the others do. Even that's unfair to say. Really, it's just one of them. If one of them has to be my least favorite, this is the one. They're all great. But this one has a very simple way in which it tries to be special, and it doesn't feel quite as special as the others to me. Big spectacle, though, that's for sure. Certainly more interesting than Black City. You can see it's kind of dug into the cliff there. You can't even see the route that I came from. It's like I just walked into the side of a massive hill or something. This doesn't really seem to make sense geographically, but it's a little bit neat. Also, is this a wild encounter? Nope. Oh well. Now. You two admiring the view? Oh. I thought I would have to talk to one of them. I knew that was going to happen, but I thought I would have to talk to one of them. That still kind of caught me off guard. Huh? What? Did she just disappear? Does that mean I missed a chance to talk to her, or would she just do that if I interacted? I don't know. I think that's supposed to be the same ghost girl from the spooky house in Black 2, White 2, right? I can't remember what that location is called, but you know, the one that's haunted with the ghost girl, where like clearly something went down there at some point. I think that's supposed to be the same ghost girl, but I can't remember why I think that. Did she just disappear? This guy's... I was checking whether his dialogue would change, but no, he's really shaken up. And look, it is a big, grand, spectacular bridge. I'm not trying to take anything away from it when I say it's slightly less interesting to me than all of the others. They still killed it with this one. Again, I think all I'm really saying is if one of them has to be my least favorite, it's this one. It's still awesome. I'm gonna stop harping on this. Here's the Patrat girl from Village Bridge. She moved to a different bridge. Remember her? Will you come see the famous Patrat show at Marvelous Bridge? I will. Okay, I'm going to get all fired up. Ready, all Patrat. Everyone would gather up. See, if I hadn't found her at Village Bridge already, she wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't get to see the famous Marvelous Bridge Patrat show. Patrat I will have you follow today is... Alright, the one closest to her. The little Patrat with the brightest smile. Alright, if you say so. It's holding a big mushroom. Ready, set, go. You think this is rigged? Screet! Do you think she's scamming me? Well, we'll find out together whether she's scamming me, because I think it's this one. You are... ... No! Okay, they actually got me with that last move at the end, where they all sort of jumped inward together. I'm pretty sure I was tracking it up to that one last jump, and she fooled me. I guess I didn't get scammed because I didn't pay any money for it. I just failed her challenge. Oh, apparently I can do it again. What, as many times as I want in the same day? And waste all our time? Okay, we're following the little Patrat with the cutest dimples this time. Let's go, Screet. Look at them go, spinning and jumping and hopping. Very silly. I think it's this one. Dot 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 dot. What? Okay, she's definitely scamming me. This woman is a fraud. The Lil Patrat with the trendiest eyebrows, if you say so. I don't think any of them have a big mushroom. She's probably not asking for money yet because she's trying to get me hooked on the game first. I think it's this one. Dot 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 dot. Inconceivably incorrect. Let's see what she says about the last Patrat. I'm hooked now. I know I'm being scammed, but I'm in too deep. We're back to the brightest smile. Alright, I'm not even gonna watch. I'm not even looking right now. Last time it was that one, this was the answer. Yeah, okay. This is not on the level. Get out of here. You're a fraud, and I regret giving you inspiration to do something new with your life. Go back to Village Bridge. Actually, no. They don't need you there. Oh, and speaking of frauds. ... You, huh? Getsus is gone. He went off somewhere alone after we rescued him from the castle. From the day Getsus saved our lives, we have sworn to be loyal to him. I don't think that bit of lore is ever explained. Even now, after he ordered us not to search for him. Also, Getsus said to give you this. Adamant Orb. As well as this. Lustrous Orb. And this also. Griseous Orb. Getsus, where did he find these? What was he planning to do with them? Why did he give them to you? There's no way to know now. Is he testing you, or using you? We, the Shadow Triad, have always been and will always be the loyal servants of Getsus, and Getsus' ambitions will never cease. Never shall we meet again. Farewell. So, that does a couple things. It gives you those items for your Dialga, Palkia, Giratina that you've transferred up through the transfer place you just went through, or are about to go through. And it teases that Getsus will never give up. Almost as if he might try to unleash his evil ambitions once again someday, you know? As for what those guys are doing with the orbs and why Getsus would tell them to give them to the player, the answer probably is just that Game Freak wanted to do a little tease with those characters and wanted the player to get the orbs, and since they're items of legendary significance, wanted to make the way the player gets them kind of interesting. I know fans have pondered what on earth is going on there, but I don't know if there's much insight to be gotten on that. That's a weird one. You gonna scam me? Son, I have a deal for you and for you alone. Okay, he definitely is. Okay, yeah, Marvelous Bridge is really losing its shine with all the grifters on here. Oh boy, what's it gonna be? Here's your chance. I will sell you the secret Pokemon Magikarp for an unbelievable 500 money. How about it? Interested? I am. I have no room in my party. I want to be like Champion Sean and use a Gyarados. Let me have that Magikarp. I'll be back for it. A parasol inside the gate. Well, I really don't want to get wet and dirty. I can't believe Marvelous Bridge turned out to be full of charlatans like that. I forgot that detail about it. I guess that gives it some more character. That balances out how pretty it is. You know what? I think I like the bridge a little more for all the silliness going on there. I ran into like 5 different charlatans and a ghost. Oh, awesome. That just made my day. This vending machine gave me an extra drink for free. What? Because nobody's studying this one, right? What? Even getting ripped off by the vending machine. But yeah, if that guy were here to study it, it probably wouldn't do that. I am me, you are you. You really don't know what to do when someone suddenly says that, do you? No, I don't. What? Okay, these weird NPCs are getting to me. But I do want to buy that Magikarp. The funny thing is, as I recall... Well, this is Unova in black and white. So it definitely is the case that Magikarp is so rare that it's actually kind of reasonable. You know, it's actually is a good deal to buy one for that little. They brought back the Magikarp salesman, but they actually made his deal advantageous to the player. I'm not even sure there's another way to get Magikarp in this game. Maybe it's a wild encounter somewhere in the post-game, I don't remember. But yeah, they brought back the Magikarp salesman from Gen 1, who, honestly, I usually buy the Magikarp in Gen 1 too. It's not that big a deal. But the idea is that he's just kind of a swindler. But the deal is so much better in this game, where it's hard to get a Magikarp any other way. It is a pretty funny thing that they did there. Once again. Where did I enter into this area? Is it just so far back that I can't see it? Did this elevator thing transport me laterally as well? Best not to question it. Son, I have a deal for you and for you alone. Let's go. Secret Pokemon Magikarp. This is Unova. I've never heard of a Magikarp. It probably is a special secret Pokemon. I didn't think I was going to have to come up with another nickname. Well, I know just the one, considering where I brought this. Welcome to my PC in a moment when I deposit you there. Bridgetown. Oh yeah, returns not accepted. Got that? Oh, I will not be trying to return a darn thing. Maybe I should have named the Magikarp Sean to try to tap into that guy's aura. Would have broken the theme, but... Hey, I think the name raider is in Nimbasa City, right? I can think about it if I want. Did I remember to heal when I was here a moment ago? No, Steinbeck is still unconscious. Bridgetown, by the way, is at level 5. And only knows Splash. It also has an attack lowering nature. Did you see that? I think that was a bold nature. That's okay. I'm not training Bridgetown. At least not right now. What I am doing, because this has been a long recording session and I am getting worn out, is taking a bit of a break. There certainly is a bit more to do before we're done with this post-game. But yeah, I'm gonna rest up. Maybe I'll try to finish recording this tonight. Maybe I'll let it spill over to tomorrow, but it is break time for me. For you, barely anything will happen. I'll just start moving again in a second.